And this is exactly what these Bitcoin Cash people are building.
Shout out to the Dragon Riders and the House of the Dragon.
Because it's a completely different situation than it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That's how frogs can't boil. And they added a bunch of new opcodes and they're doing a bunch of things over there.
It will be the most hated rally ever because a lot of people from some propaganda hate Bitcoin Cash.
And we're live. Hello and welcome back to the Bitcoin Cash podcast, following Bitcoin Cash on its rise to global reserve currency. This is episode number 188, the Cash 3.0 review and BIP110 signaling live chain split, question mark. Are we about to see a live chain split? According to the BIP110 guys, no, but maybe. And according to everyone else, yes, but maybe they might just die immediately. So we'll wait and see how that goes. Today is Saturday, the 8th of August, 2026. It is currently 9 blocks remaining until the signaling blocks begin. So that should be in about an hour and a half, but it might be a little bit longer, it might be a little quicker. We'll wait and see how it goes. And obviously we'll be just hanging on to the stream until we actually see it happen. So hopefully we don't hit a couple of slow 1 hour blocks, but we'll do what we can. We're going to have potentially a couple of guests joining in from the BCH community. I've said in the Telegram group, anyone who wants to jump in can come be a part of it. So we might get a couple of extra perspectives, but we're starting off with just Jet and I want to show off my new Paytaka mug that I've got. And I also have a beer, and I also have some popcorn, which is appropriate to the occasion. So I'm feeling pretty good. Jet, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little saddened that I didn't get to go to the Cash 3.0 thing, but it is what it is. And I'm excited to do the review. I also have a couple ciders here, so cheers.
Yes, cheers. Cheers. Enjoy. Da, 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 da. Ooh, that's a pretty cool little effect there. You know, you bring the bottle up to that's like some Better Call Saul, like Vince Gilligan type of angle. So
I did recently buy a drone, and I've been playing around with learning how to use that. Fantastic. Right. Lovely.
Didn't you tell me that there was some prohibited area that you were not? Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that.
No, it's fine. So Canada is really strict about the limits of the drone. It's got to be 250 grams or under. Mine is, depending on the battery that I use, 3 grams over. But I don't think anyone's gonna care. We also have height limits that I can just turn off on my controller, which is insane to me. But yeah, it's been fun so far.
The height limit's okay, well, you're not supposed to, but just here's the button that just overrides the restrictions.
Because they're not building the software specifically for Canada, right? They're trying to be a global thing, and it's only Canada that, as far as I can tell, that has these very strict height limits.
I'm surprised they even put it in there at all then, but maybe they're just okay, well, we'll appease the regulators and whatever, easier than shipping 2 different units or having a Canada specific one or whatever. Yeah. I mean, drone footage is just so cool. I always think about when we did Bitcoin Saiyan, when I did that at the Bournemouth beach and on the cliffs, that actually came out pretty well. I think that was actually super cool. I'm really glad I did that. That's a historic one. And also we had the animations, but that was before the AI animating got kind of good. Now you could do a much slicker version, but I just had that kind of very basic version. I was listening to that the other day, by the way. Anybody who needs a song for going running, that is such a good one, because it just starts off slow and it builds up, and then by the end, you can push yourself a bit, add in a bit of a sprint. The solo in that, the guitar solo as well too, that's an original solo. I can't even physically play it. It's too difficult, but I coded it into Logic Pro. Anyway, that's a great one to check out for anybody who doesn't know. Okay, let's check in on the price. BCH USD $217.07, 100 megasats flat. One BTC sat 299.5 BCH sats. 300 to 1, but maybe with some fracturing network effect, we can pull that back. One ETH, 883 megasats, down a little bit. Selene, 30-day users, 607. The Tokenaut TVL is at 15,796. Quick mention of our FundMe. We will, of course, shout out everyone at the end, but we're still trying to get funded for this batch of episodes, 186 to 195. And I think today is almost probably going to be like a double episode. It might end up being that long. So whatever the case may be, if you are enjoying the show, please consider going to fundme.cash/campaign/149 and sending us some sats, because it's the bear market and we're broke. So I know you guys might also be broke, but if you're not, if you were prudent, if you had your money in BCH bull hedge contracts, then maybe you can afford to send us a few sats. All right, let's get straight into it then. The Cash 3.0 conference. So I did a little bit of tweeting from the event, but obviously we did not run our own like live stream or the podcast or anything like that. I actually planned to do a live show there with Jomar and some other people, but in the end it just didn't quite come together. Like, that's kind of how things go. The media guys had another job like the day after the conference, so they were already moving on. And in any case, it just, and also just when you're there, you know, you're tired, you're in the mix of everything. So without a specific plan, it didn't come together. But it was absolutely awesome. I was there sort of more on holiday than working. Like if I'm, you know, even when we went to Op Next or something like that, I'm in sort of more work mode, but I was just trying to hang out a bit and have a good time. It was great. It was really great. I think it's going to, well, I don't think, I know that it has raised the bar for BCH conferences on two metrics very clearly. One is the sort of ability to spend BCH. Although maybe, you know, like there was more, you know, it was equivalent in terms of the first Bliss when we had that payments integration, and also at St. Kitts, you know, there was a lot of merchants. So we do already have that culture of the conferences, you can spend at the conferences. But the bazaar, which you can see in this picture here, was awesome. I think there must have been, I think 20 or 25 different merchants, which was a variety of things. There was these sort of little like casino type of games that you could play with the lift tokens. So you had to buy with your lift tokens that you could also get from the front desk, and then you could win more or less. And then that was part of completing, like to get a raffle ticket, you had to complete a bingo of buying things at different merchants, completing the different games, tweeting on social media, one or two other things, downloading Paytaka, you know. And so that was pretty cool. And the actual area, the setup was like really well decorated. You can see we're standing underneath this banner, but you can see like this is in a huge shopping mall, right? So you can see there's like multiple levels of a shopping mall like you would usually have, and then they have that big open space in the middle. And so they had banners, they had things hanging down off the roof. They had all these cardboard decorations. Like it was a little BCH Wonderland kind of setup. And I do really feel, it's raised the bar for our open house. We're going to definitely have to work a bit harder to match that. So that was one area that they just absolutely crushed it. And I was really impressed with. And I think the BCH community needs to get better at doing these kind of pop-up events, because maintaining a whole set of merchants, maybe in BCH Argentina, maybe in the Philippines or somewhere where you have a dedicated team, you can do it. But for everything else, we just need to get really good at having these short events where a lot of people show up, and then you instantly have network effect, and then you can create it. And I also thought it would be quite hard to like regulate or stop that, because by the time anybody wanted to find out like what's going on here or whatever, it was kind of almost already over, and you know, it was being torn down again. And then what are you going to say? Like you took it all down, you cleaned it all up, there's nothing left there. So that kind of concentrated hotspot strategy, I felt had a lot of merit to it. The second way that this is just raised the bar was on the number of people there. So, like Bliss, we had 71 people, and it was run by, you know, what, 6 or 7 people totally are probably involved, maybe 8 in getting everything ready. The Peitaka, they had probably like 130 people there, just people in attendance, right? That's before also 35 plus, you know, 35 to 40 people for the hackathon, a combination of the students and the mentors and teams. On top of that, also the 30 plus like Peitaka staff. And then on top of that, the conference like live stream teams, the guys that were doing the setup for the bazaar, and potentially like the as well the merchants and all that, right? So once you add all of that up, it was like well over 200 people, and that's a, you know, it was a pretty big event. I was pretty impressed with that, because obviously that's like triple the size of Bliss. So that was really you know, something to see, and it just goes to show. I mean, I hope all of our things are going to grow, but the fact that they have such a strong local community and they can just draw everyone in was really awesome. That was a super cool vibe. I got to test out Celine quite a bit. I found a couple of bugs with that, and also the internet was a little bit shaky at times. I did get a local SIM card, but it was still pretty shaky. And then even the Wi-Fi in the hotel and stuff was at times a bit shaky. So I'm sure that's something they'll improve on for next year. If they just had a Wi-Fi hotspot there, that would have helped everybody, I think, because even the locals said like sometimes the payments was a bit unreliable in terms of if your phone was cutting out. But on the whole, it was absolutely amazing. The hackathon part was so sick. They had, of course, like 35 or 36 devs from like 12 teams, 12 universities. And you just think that the reach of that many people is just intense. Like if BCH got 30 new dedicated devs, what would that like basically double the, you know, output of the dev community or something like that? And maybe these guys are still guys and girls. Actually, there was a lot of young women there too. Maybe they are just you know, starting up or whatever, but they're all young and enthusiastic, and I think they'll pick it up really fast, and then hopefully start forming connections with people who need to outsource to developers in the Philippines. It's quite a cheap country. You know, the cost of living is definitely lower, so it can be a good arbitrage where people can get good rates for their software and at the same time be injecting money essentially directly into that Peitaka local economy there. So I think that is going to be huge. The talks were really good. I had a good time in the evening. I went out with the guys. That was good fun. We hit the clubs. I did not do any sightseeing, really. I'll have to do that next year. What else? The hotel was really great. Didn't really have any problems there. My advice for next year, we'll see. They said maybe they would hold it. Well, firstly, at the end, right after kind of all finished, I saw Jomar and I said to him, I like kind of joking, like, will you run it again next year? And he immediately said, yep, definitely. And I was like, oh, okay. I was expecting you to say, let me think about it. Let me review the numbers. You know, we always do at Bliss. We always are like, yeah. Let us like figure it out. He was like, nope, this was great. It was absolutely amazing. There was so much value and it was so awesome. We're 100% doing it next year straight away. So I thought that was pretty funny because in a way, the only person whose impression matters is his. Like, if he thinks it was good, he's going to run it again. It doesn't matter if everyone else had a great time if he thought it sucked. So that was pretty awesome. And yeah, just my advice to people would be, if you are coming from Europe or maybe somewhere else, if you're coming from, I don't know, America or anywhere further away, you've really got to plan ahead with the jet lag, because I was definitely like, I arrived, I can't even remember the specific days, right? It was on the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday, right? So I flew in on the Tuesday and arrived on the Wednesday morning. So I did have a whole basically like 48 hours to get acclimatized, but it didn't really work. I was still kind of quite out of it for a lot of the conference. And then I made it worse by going out until the early hours of the morning. So that was partially my own fault. But regardless, I think, if you did just like try and fly in and just land and hit the ground running from a long way away, you would probably really struggle with that. Definitely stay at the venue. As always, that's kind of a good idea. And Gareth stayed at another hotel for some of it, which was good because we actually got to go and visit there. And so we got to look around a little bit. But if they hosted at that same place, which they might do it in Tacloban instead, they wanted to do it with the Paytaka headquarters. But if they do it again in Cebu, yeah, it was definitely like I'm mostly stuck around the hotel. To be honest, I asked a bunch of the locals, like, am I staying in a nice area? And they were like, well, the building you're in is nice. And on one side, it's okay. And on the other side, it's super dangerous. And I was like, oh, okay. I had several people tell me that specifically. So, yeah, I was definitely not like wandering around as a clueless, obvious foreigner. I mean, there was like 5-year-old kids playing soccer or whatever. So apparently it was all good for them. But I wasn't taking too many chances. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any questions? That's sort of my quick overview of it.
What was the outcome of the hackathon? Like, did anyone win any prizes? Is it just are things getting like, published?
Yes. Well, you can go watch the live stream and look at the announcements of all of that. I believe there was 3 teams that won. I think there was just a first, second, and a third place prize. I mean, it's not like sort of Blaze where, it's from people all over the world and we have all these different categories and bounties and stuff like that. If I don't know. I actually probably need to check in on and remind myself of which projects won. But I think there's just the 3 teams. Like I retweeted. You can look there, like all the smiling, happy teams of the winners. And I think whatever the case may be, it was a big win, for the students to see that there's a lot of, action going on, and then vice versa for the participants, the conference attendees, to kind of be like, wow, look at all this dev work we've got going on here. We've got a couple of photos here, by the way, as well too, on the next slide. So that's a sort of, you can see the bazaar here. This guitar thing on the right was pretty cool, but I think that would just happen to be there. But it was like, that's pretty big. So, you can see the people for scale. So, and then here you have the actual conference room. There was a lot of attendees. That was great.
Oh,
it wasn't like completely full. All right, Luke, welcome aboard.
It's cracking.
Hey, how you doing, my man?
Good.
What's the latest?
Hot out here.
It's hot. Looks hot. You've been out in the sun a little bit.
Yeah, the last like 3 or 4 days I've been focusing on the property. We got bad fires on the West Coast, so been chainsawing, dragging brush, rolling logs.
Back burning. Yeah.
What's that?
Do you do back burning or that kind of stuff?
No, where I live, it's mostly just like fallen logs and stuff. Like I don't have a lot of weed. There's a little bit of weeds. I had to weed whack, but it's no back burning.
All right. Okay.
That's been my focus. It's been good though. Took a little break from vibe coding and just wake up like 6 a.m. and it's not bad.
Sleeping in to 6 a.m. What's the vibe coding? What have you been building?
I've mostly been focusing on building out a dashboard and various resources for these parents of autistic children. So me and my colleague Clark Engelbert, we have around 30 parents now of children with ASD that we put on a mineral bouncing program with the hair mineral analysis. And most of my time has been focused around just servicing those parents. So that includes weekly calls, building out a mobile app for them so they can track things better, like shifts in symptoms and things like that. But that's been most of my focus.
And you told
that's
me,
my profession.
Is it possible that you can even reverse it or make an impact there? I remember you saying something to me.
Yes,
about
the younger
that.
the better. All of these children have heavy metals, just like all the children today. And as they eliminate the heavy metals, in general, we get excellent results.
Wow. Wow, incredible. And tell me a bit about the vibe coding setup you've got going. Are you a Claude believer, or you've been on Kimi K3 everyone's talking about now? Like,
well, for my uses, I don't need the latest models, so I just use the Chinese models. Right now I'm using Minimax, the subscription. It's like M3 or what is it? But it's like $50 a month, and it's all the credits that I need. And I've been using that with OpenClaw, although I'm switching to Hermes today because OpenClaw has been too buggy. I don't know what it is. I'm always fucking debugging OpenClaw. It's been pissing me off.
I have not used OpenClaw at all. I feel like I didn't get it maybe, and at some point I'll need to try and see. But there was like that wave of everyone being like, I've installed OpenClaw on my little server, little box thing. It's almost like running home nodes for Bitcoin, really. They've got that little thing, and then they're kind of like, oh yeah, now I've got it scanning all my emails and improving my productivity 100% or something. And I was kind of
it's been great. It's great for me because I'm not a coder or anything like that, and I use Linux. And so because OpenClaw or these other desktop agents, they live on your computer, like when I have a problem with Linux, I can literally just tell the AI like, hey, go fix Linux. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really amazing. Now the AI is like, I've been most recently the other day I was using Fable 5, and it's actually incredible. Like, of course you can feel the exponential kicking in, and it's not quite at the point that I sort of feel like it's smarter than me, because I still have
it'll never be smarter than humans at certain things. It's all bullshit.
Well, I don't know. It started out with like Will Smith eating spaghetti like 2 years ago, and the early like ChatGPT was just like, it could make complete sentences, but it wasn't really anything. It was just kind of a different Google search.
This is like an esoteric kind of thing, but it'll never be able to make big picture decisions in the way that we think it will. Like, I don't think so.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Like, you get
because at the end of the day, it's still just synthesizing things that humans said. It's not true thought.
Have you seen that? Like, I think it's called like the Jacobian conjecture or something like that. Like, I think it was Fable 5 solved it. It was one of those like math things that we have known about for 80 years or something. We just haven't figured it out. Well, this MLM did it.
Math stuff, it'll still be good, but it'll never understand like big social dynamics and things like that. Like,
neither do I. It's okay.
Unless you train the AI to say it back to you, like the AI would never say, like, for example, we should go back to a gold standard or something like that. You know what I mean? It will if you prompt it. If you trained it to say that, it would. But it's not. What I'm saying is like it's still not original thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I like that meme that they have of the guy being like, say I'm gonna kill all humanity, and then it says I'm gonna kill all humanity, and then he goes, oh wow, like, and then people just put in whatever it is, like, order me a pizza, and then it's like, I've ordered you a pizza, and he's like, oh my god, like, that's such a good meme. But it is, I know what you're saying with that, but it's kind of to my mind, because I am a programmer, it's sort of like Naval, I think he said it was AI is like a motorcycle for the mind. And it's kind of like, if you can ride a motorcycle or drive a car, for instance, there's a point in the development of cars at which it can go like so fast that if you just max it out, you will just kill yourself, right? Like, there's the early cars are slow and clunky, and they get faster and better. And then at some point, the limit is not the car, it's you. And I don't feel like we're quite at that point with AI, but we're starting to get close in terms of, if I'm programming, if I want to build something, the early ones, I was like, okay, clearly the AI is the limiting factor. And with Fable 5, it's still the limiting factor, but it's getting closer to that ceiling of, if it gets 2 more iterations better, then the next one, it'll be kind of maybe roughly on par with where I feel I'm at, and then past that, it'll be just like it's faster and smarter than I am. But that's just my sense of it. I don't know.
Well, it'll always be faster and smarter at math.
Yeah, but like conceptually, you know, like the limits of how. So what I'm working on, right, is I have started to make, because I kind of hate the ways that you sort of interact with it, like Cursor and seems to have become kind of crap, and the Claude desktop app is okay, but it's not that great. So I've started to make my own IDE so that I can just efficiently queue up tasks on multiple different projects and work across a bunch of stuff simultaneously. So I'm hoping that once I have that all developed, I'll just be able to just like, you know, the amount of output I'll be able to do will be just massively increased if I can get it right and if AI can get me there. But in like, you know, 2 or 3 days of coding, the progress that I've made on that is insane compared to if I was just doing it by hand, you know?
Yeah, the direction we're going is like the best skill is literally just managing AI. So the harness. So the model will matter less and less, in my opinion, and the harness, what you're describing, the IDE, will matter more and more.
I saw a meme the other day that was like, as programmers, our job is now effectively to be the condom between an LLM and production.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, I saw there was a good meme also that somebody did from of like Ender's Game where they were like, Claude, you've passed the test. Oh, what do you mean? The test, the final exam? There was no final exam. You've been live in production this entire time. Oh, holy shit. All the staging servers? Nope, you were deploying live in production. And there's going to be people wrecking themselves with AI here, there, and everywhere. In fact, we have a news item about that. You know, we'll get to. That's been quite a disaster for the BTC, you know, scene. But it's just a new world, you know. It's just we're over that sort of frontier, and there's going to be a bit of a transition period where everyone kind of feels a bit like social media in that way. You know, there was a period there of like phone cameras becoming ubiquitous, people not being anons online and just sharing way too much about themselves. You know, Google Maps being able to get you from anywhere to anywhere, all that kind of stuff. I feel like similar sort of transition to AI, like kids who grow up now after AI are going to have a hard time imagining what it was like before that, you know?
Yeah, I think AI is going to be great for Bitcoin Cash. I think we're already seeing it.
Yeah.
With the ZK stuff, trying to fit that into a smaller and smaller transaction, the proofs. That's just the first one that we've really seen.
Yes,
it's going to accelerate.
Speaking of which, we should actually pull that clip up. I don't think we had that on the last episode of the show because it was quite a while ago. Jet, maybe if you can check my Twitter feed a few days back, the one where Callisti was talking to Casey about the verifiers. It would be like a week or two ago. That would be a really good one to get on the show. That was a really interesting conversation they had there. But yeah, you're spot on. Like, it's coming at the perfect time for BCH. I'm so glad we shipped the Layla upgrade with the functions and loops and everything like that. Just seems, you know, if we'd missed the boat on that, can you imagine now if it was still like, oh, guys, we didn't quite feel good about functions, you know?
Yeah. No, for sure. I think you're completely right.
Yeah. And that's why I want to stay aggro about the upgrades, you know, for next year and next year. Like, at the moment, Callisti was saying, I mean, it's 90 days until the lock-in for November this year, roughly. And I mean, I'm still so keen on wanting to get 1 minute blocks over the line. I don't know, what's your take on where that's at?
I think it would be great to get over the line. I don't really see many drawbacks personally. And my mentality is always be aggressive with these sorts of things.
Yeah.
You know, is it going to solve everything? No. But it's a great, you know, there's no real reason not to, in my opinion.
Well, see, that's what I've hit on, is because I've seen a bit more discussion and pushback started up after we mentioned on the last episode that it didn't seem like there was much. So that's good to see. And I don't want to be in the position of like, you know, forcing it through or trying to, you know, pretend there's nobody who's skeptical when there are some, right? But like when I was at Cash 3.0, I was asking the guys there about it. And honestly, what I got back was a lot of sort of neutral. A lot of people were kind of in that phase of, well, I was kind of skeptical, or I didn't really get it, or I don't really strongly see the point, but I don't hate it. That I'm not going to actively oppose it or push back against it, but just like lukewarm, not really fully convinced. And I would love to get more of the community to that, like ideally for a chip upgrade, as much of the community as possible is actively excited rather than just kind of, I mean, it can work if people are just like going along for the ride,
Right.
but ideally they're actually excited,
Yeah. I mean, honestly, as far as like usability and like where things are headed with AI, another 1 or 2 VM tweaks is honestly, in my opinion, I'm not super technical, obviously, but just my sense of it, like intuitive sense, is that a couple of VM upgrades would probably move the needle more than actually 1 minute blocks. I'm still very pro 1 minute blocks. And also it's important to realize that chip has been worked on for like over 2 years now. So it's farther ahead of some of these other ones in a lot of ways. So I would rather move forward with 1 minute blocks, let the dust settle a little bit on what we've already done with the VM, see where AI kind of takes us. Because one thing that's nice about the AI, you'll see in
Hang on, can I just interrupt you for a second? We got 2 blocks left before the NOTS signaling
2 blocks.
kicks in. Yeah, it's the last 10 or have come in like real quick. So let's just maybe leave this up on the screen so people can watch what happens, and then we'll be seeing the live reaction on Twitter as we find out whether or not they actually get a block. For the listener context, and then I'll let you go on with what we were saying. It was just that somebody did the maths, and if they're at about 2% hash rate, which seemed to be what they're at, they are 99.92% not likely to get a reorg, the NOTS guys, because they have to, firstly, the legacy chain starts with a 1 block lead, because if the first block is BIP110, they'll just accept it. So the split only happens when the first legacy block comes out, not when the first BIP110 block comes out. So they're starting from behind and on a minority hash rate, and they have to jump in front. And even if they do that, they will reorg maybe like 1 or even 2 blocks would be unlikely. But if they did, then the main chain would just flip onto their chain. 1 miner would get screwed, missing 1 block. But then once again, they'd be back to the start. So they are essentially guaranteed to lose, over time if they are at 2% or less hash rate. But they still believe that the miners are all going to capitulate at the last second, or they've been. I mean, yeah. So I don't know if you have a take on that.
Here, let me finish my train of. Well, this is the more brilliant thing now, huh? It's only 2 blocks.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. The last ones have been coming in
This
pretty
is a
quick.
soft
It might just like
fork.
suddenly happen.
So BIP110 is a soft fork, right?
Yes, but the BIP110 nodes are enforcing signaling. Like that's what we're going to watch. So the rules are actually not going to activate the things that they want to do to stop spam. They would not activate for another another month, basically another 2 difficulty periods. But here is where the BIP110 nodes require the other nodes to also signal compliance. And if the other nodes don't, which apparently 98% of the hash rate and 70-something% of the network is not going to signal compliance
into a different chain.
Yeah, then it causes a chain split if not everyone
are they
goes
doing
with
replay?
it.
Are they doing? Is there going to be replay protection or anything like that? Or
No.
what are they doing?
That's right. What are we doing? No, they're not doing replay protection because they are just like it's that sort of BSV mentality of like we're just going to win, and we are not even going to consider the possibility that we're in an echo chamber.
Yeah. They still haven't realized, sadly, that soft fork, hard fork, all this stuff is just technical jargon. At the end of the day, it's a political and social problem, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what kind of special thing that you do to your node. It's a social problem, and if you're in the social minority, and the exchanges, no one else. Yeah. if the big players don't care, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. You're completely screwed. So they are looking in a rough situation. One interesting thing is that in the last 3 or so days, it has kind of seemed to hit them a little bit. It's funny because like this is not new information. You know, everybody has been telling them, explaining them that this is how it's going to play out for the last, you know, 2 or more years at this point. But they have suddenly started to say, oh, well, if we need to fire the miners, was that another one there? Are we
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. BIP10, it lowers the block size to 400 kilobytes.
No, I don't.
I thought they were lowering the block size. Did they change that?
No. I think they kind of quote unquote want to.
Oh, okay.
But that wasn't in this set. This set is just like 7 terms. Okay, it is down to the last block. So we'll see.
So this set is just to get rid of Taproot?
It doesn't even get rid of Taproot, I think. It just adds...
What does it do?
That's right. What does it do? It restricts like the spending conditions for Taproot if...
Okay.
And like a couple of other things. Maybe it changes the op return limit down to 83 bytes again.
Oh, okay. So it just restricts Taproot and op return. So the inscriptions are like less data.
Yeah, it's like supposedly, yeah. I mean, it doesn't work, of course, because the whole ordinals guys have already worked around it, and they're already like, well, we'll just, encode our spam a different way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we just use a different opcode. We just use op drop or whatever. Like they've literally already done it. So I don't know what, Of course, this is nonsense. So it's now sitting here. It's a little bit ridiculous. Like Like we know pretty much exactly how it's going to play out, but anyway, it'll be a big surprise to the Knots guys, and they but that's what I was saying. They've started saying like we could do a proof of work change. They all coalesce around we've got to fire the miners if our nodes, if our 15% of nodes or whatever is not enough to control the network, which is just so ludicrous. It's not even a majority of your nodes, and it's not even that the nodes matter. But anyway. They suddenly were all like, it hit them in the last 48 to 72 hours. Like,
there we go.
There we go. There's the block. Is it a legacy block? Looks like it's a legacy block, right?
Wait, how do you tell?
Good question. Fork. What's this site called?
Fork
Observer. Fork.observer. Looks like a legacy block to me. 23x active. What does that mean?
I got to go to, who's the biggest guy? Probably Matthew Crowder. I got to go to his. Are they streaming? I want to watch their stream.
We can watch them. Time's up. The fork has occurred. Okay, but there won't be a fork there won't be a chain split if the BIP110 side doesn't get a block. Antpool is not signaling, so it's got to be. It's got.
Well, they're gonna have to wait. They're only isn't the time by like the percentage of hash rate that's signaling, so it might be a long time until they get a block.
Well, that's right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a good chance they get no blocks at all if they have 2% of the hash rate. That would be, 3 blocks per day that they would hit on average. So it would take them 24 hours to hit 3 blocks. So we could be waiting here for the next 4 hours. And they screwed. This is what I said to Jet.
Well, the difficulty will start to adjust, though, right?
No, well, they have to get 2016 blocks to get a difficulty adjustment. It's not like BCH; we have per block, but they
right.
so they're just going to die. Like that's just what's going to happen. Is all their blocks are getting all their nodes have now forked off the network.
If they get a couple blocks, you don't think an exchange will list it, at least for like a futures market?
No, the exchanges did not list it in advance.
Why
would they suddenly start doing it now? No, there was like one very, very tiny exchange.
It's kind of like free money, isn't it?
No.
I'm surprised none of those like shitty exchanges, not one of them had a futures market.
There was a Lightning one on Predicts. There was one very, very small prediction market, and nobody had a futures market. There was nowhere that you could actually sell these coins.
It's dead.
So yeah, that's right, exactly. So it will be hitting them right about now, kind of like, oh, all our knots got dumped off the network and it's over. Like they thought, oh, the miners would bend at the last second. When signaling kicked in, it was really going to happen. It's not going to happen, right?
Yeah, it's honestly wild seeing how like it's just Bitcoin's such a new thing and it's so nuanced. It's crazy seeing just like how many Bitcoiners they still just don't understand how any of this works.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. But I mean, that could be like anything. You know, you can watch the World Cup. Soccer's been around forever, and there's some expert is saying blah blah blah, like their defense, you know, had more, you know, whatever, and then so I don't know. I'm just gonna trust that guy. Like I don't know that because he's a pro football. Here we are, Mathieu. You just barely missed it. First block is non-signaling, so knots, guys. Probably the crash out will be starting right about now.
Oh, yeah. I was monitoring, but this was the soonest I could jump on.
Monitoring the situation?
Yeah, monitoring the situation. No, I was still on the road, still traveling. But yes, this is the first one I'm on a live stream because, of course, there's been historical forks happening on live streams. This is the first one where I'm actually on the call as it happens, or like, as the first block came in.
You're part of history. You're part of history. And it'll be kind of good, I wonder, because like, there are Tone Vase is doing a live stream. There's like 1, 2, there's at least 3 spaces going on as well too. So somebody might be, you know, I'll be able to go back after this and people who are really curious, and you can watch it happen from like several points of view and see the reactions happening.
Yeah, it would be interesting if more people come listen and watch here to see what the Bcashers are saying about. They have some experience with forks. These guys must understand what's up.
Well, that's the thing, like, because it's not like any of the BCH forks in that way, because the original BCH split was kind of pretty off the radar. So I don't know, there's not like live streams and stuff of that because Amaury just did it and a lot of other people were not really paying attention. It wasn't a big thing. And then when there was the hash war split, it was the opposite because it was genuinely contentious, and Craig Wright and whatever were like, we're going to wreck you. And there's a great stream of that. It used to be on YouTube, but I think Bitcoin.com put it on private. We've got to get them to put that video back up because it was so good. And there was like the 2 competing live streams and they were talking shit to each other, and genuinely like millions of dollars was being burnt as each side, you know, tried to hash it. Like that's not happening here.
Was this the one where Craig Wright crashed? Was it Don Wonton stream?
Yeah. That was he also did that separately, but I think he was on the hash war stream at one point as well too, from his like HQ or whatever with like a couple other guys.
Right.
Yeah. That would have been historical to be there watching Craig Wright like lose the hash war live. That would have been some real history. And then Amaury, when Amaury split off, there must have been some strange. Again, it was pretty contentious. This one is a bit of an anticlimax, I feel like, relatively.
Well, but then the question is, what do they do? So everyone told them kind of, or like everyone technical and competent who saw this coming from like not even weeks, but like months away, like guys, you're gonna have to do, if you're 3%, you have to do something in your strategy to make things work. And I think it was only a week ago that they, someone, I'm not sure who, but rebased the proof of work change that Luke made like a long time ago, but rebased it on the latest version of Knots or something. Maybe you have more details, but I know.
Yeah, well, I know it was Chris Guida did it, and it was probably like 4 days ago.
Yeah,
or something like that. And it's like, in the last 96 hours, you're gonna start like preparing this, you know?
Yeah, that's like changing the plan last minute. Talk about incompetent leaders, right? And like,
yeah, it just looks so bad. And we've got actually, I think we have on the slides yet. We have meme of the week, kind of really summarizes it, which is just this whole thing, which we followed in detail on the show. Is just them failing every single goalpost. You know, they just kept shifting it every single time. And like they said, we're never going to do a chain split. They said we're never going to change the proof of work. And of course, here we are. You know. I don't know. I'm hoping to see some tweets from like Luke or Mechanic. Like it's got to be setting in by now.
I see the meme of the week. It's the whole list. We're not forking.
Yeah.
There
you
the
go.
Matthew Credder also videos, and the amount of flip-flopping as the fork came closer is impressive.
Exactly. So it says, this is Ben Kaufman's meme. We're not forking. Okay, we're forking, but it's only a temporary fork. Okay, it's not temporary, but it's a majority fork. Okay, it's not a majority fork, but we have miners support. Okay, we don't have miners support, but it won't cause a chain split. Okay, it will cause a chain split, but it won't be permanent. Okay, it will be permanent, so we're changing the mining algorithm. And that kind of summarizes the last 2 years of them like walking into this, basically. Oh, here we go. Soft fork mechanic, 3 minutes. Ant pull, you just mined an invalid block. Hope everything's okay. Oh man, they're really going down bad.
Yeah, they really have to crash land into reality. Like it has to hit you in the face before they realize. I feel.
Because it's like election night, you know, when you watch the streams of like the US elections or in Australia, the Australian elections, and both sides are like sitting there like convinced, like we did a good job with our campaigning. We're feeling good. The TV presenters are like hyping up their favorite side, you know, and then it's like the results start coming in and just the first like critical state or whatever that goes like one way or the other side. And suddenly like everyone's all like, oh my God, or like, yes, we've done it. You know, that happens. I feel like it's like that. It's like watching election night.
One funny thing that I also saw is there was this Nazi death march website by James Lobb.
Yeah.
And so it had like a GIF playing, but the GIF changed now that the block happened. So it's just like two guys now. It's pretty funny. Look,
these two guys jumping off a roof.
It's like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, they both jump. And you think like, do they have a plan? What's going to happen? And they just
hit the pavement and die.
Yeah, exactly.
Aim for the bushes.
Right? Aim for the bushes, boys. Aim for the bushes.
Yeah.
They still don't seem to realize it's a social problem. There's no, you call it a soft fork, call it a hard fork. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
And they didn't have the hash rate.
They didn't have a lot of things. They didn't have a strategy. They didn't have competent leaders. Like the one thing they were good at was getting people angry on Twitter. But unfortunately, that's not enough to have a successful new blockchain, or definitely not enough to have like a soft fork activate on BTC itself and to become like the new default consensus.
It's really a sign of how bad the brain drain has gotten.
Yeah.
Like watching some of the interviews from the BIP110 guys, I was like, wow, these guys are not the brightest bunch. That's bad.
Well, I think we should celebrate with our Chris Guida clip referencing BCH. He will also be shortly to figure out, you know, what is going on. But given that he is prominent, I think it's also worth bringing him into the discussion. Jet, if you can grab on the slides, I had it's in my thread of the Chris Guida one, where he was talking at Bitcoin Plus in, it must have been a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, the two ones at the desk. Yeah, let's hear that from Chris Guida. This is Chris Guida two weeks ago or so, who is now currently experiencing the failure of his chain split dreams, for context.
And the market ended up dumping Bcash, and Bitcoin was the one that ended up winning. And to me, it was obvious. It was like, okay, well, they decided to just shoot themselves in the foot by making their nodes harder to run, and making themselves worse money by committing to not ever building Lightning, right? So I was like,
covenants.
Sure. They're not doing anything with those. They're building a bunch of casinos. They're basically Ethereum 2.0. But anyway, so I was like, okay. So
there you go. That's it. You know, just BCH. I love it how he got called out by the cameraman. That's just so perfect. What about the covenants? Like, haven't they built a lot of shit that we can't? Oh, yeah, okay.
The cameraman built the
casino. Exactly.
Yeah.
But it just means like this is a BTC conference with none of no B caches there. This is what's on their mind. Like, holy shit, they've done it,
But also I feel that this argument, like, you can definitely say that in some respect maybe the strategy of the big blockers or something that happened during the scaling debate that we shot ourselves in the foot. Like, I think Paul Stoitz has like a list of arguments that B cachers make like mistakes or something. I think some of them might be valid, but to just say, oh, they don't have SegWit, so they don't have Lightning, so they don't do money, so they shot themselves in the foot. It's like the worst argument. It's like they don't even understand what our position is. Like, even if they try to articulate it's kind of weird.
Yeah, that dude is all over the place, dude. I swear that guy's like on Adderall or something. Like, oh, the big cash are so stupid. Oh my god, they don't even have anywhere. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just relevant because, like, this is a good point to make for all the listeners and stuff. Is really a lot of it comes down to these sort of key figures. As much as everybody says,
leadership is so I agree.
That's what it is, and it's just like, who were the famous ones in the block size war? Well, it was like, Peter Todd, Greg Maxwell, Roger a little bit, like Andreas was kind of neutral, but it was a big deal, like which side he kind of fell on, right? It centers around those key figures. And then afterwards with the hash war, it was like Roger and Jihan, also Jihan in the first one against Craig and Calvin, and maybe like, Kurt Walker Jr. or they're like these guys, Ryan X Charles, who were like big figures at the time. And then for the eCash split, it's like Amori versus the sort of BCHN guys, Callan, Emergent, like stuff like that. So Jonathan Tumim, like Andreas, what is his name? Andreas Brecken, like these, like it is so driven by everybody watching which way it's going to go at the time of the split, which is why Chris Guida is relevant, because he's probably in the top 4 or 5. Like the Not side is like Luke, Mechanic, Matthew Cratter, Hodl and Nort, Chris Guida. He's probably like in that top 5. So we got to see which one of them is going to have to break first. Hopefully we can see it happen here on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know what will happen with that group of people, because they're so brainwashed about what Bitcoin is or what it should be. I don't know. They probably most of them will just end up kind of leaving Bitcoin, I think. Some of them might find other altcoins. Maybe some of them we can convince to come to Bitcoin Cash. Probably not, to be honest. Maybe.
Well, that's a real question. Like, do we even want to? People were discussing.
Yeah,
that,
I mean, some of them are open to it. But a lot of those clips you'll see, they're too far gone. Most of them will probably just end up leaving Bitcoin and get fed up with it.
I think if their main thing is small blocks, then they might go to the new eCash chain, which also is in August or something, right?
They hate Paul Storz. It's the same thing.
Then BIP10.
Yeah. So that's difficult indeed. So I find it weird that Luke Dash Jr., who was also always this very eccentric figure, became like the leader. It already ties you to quite weird individual who was
So
like
interestingly,
it's not a big group of leaders. Yeah, it's mainly, I would say, Luke is clearly the figurehead, and then
Hope is the king.
I think so. And then if the king is just like giving marching orders towards the cliff, which is kind of what happened today, right? Like keep marching towards the cliff, and there's just a bunch of people following, and everyone's telling them, but you do know that there's just a cliff over there, right? You need to prepare something. Like either you start building a bridge, or you take a detour, so you're not exactly heading to. But it's kind of wild to me that they didn't do the difficulty adjustment change or the proof of work change, or at least something, because now maybe I wonder what in their back room is happening now. Are they like scrambling to get a new nodes version out, because they like all the node runners, they are running nodes and they expect something to happen, but like nothing will happen. So this is like the worst discrediting of yourself on the net that you can have.
With everyone watching as well too, like that's really the killer part, is like they've spent 9 months hyping this up and multiple years, like this is your big drop, You know, it's like getting up on stage for your one, karaoke song on one of those, American Idol or something like that, and then just completely bombing.
Yeah.
And then you get death the next day, and then that's it. Like, good luck. You're gonna just be
good luck with your singing career. Like, at least you had like a clean slate up to now, kind of. But you blew it so spectacularly that whatever you're doing next, it already had low chances of working, but now they're next to none.
Shout out to Rebecca Black, by the way, for Friday, who has actually some pretty good music. She's now like a niche, but actually pretty quality pop star, if anybody wants to go down that rabbit hole. So that maybe is the exception that proves the rule. But in general, yeah, like I agree. I wonder what is happening in their little chats with each other. I mean, maybe it's just a brave face by Mechanic, but come on, man. He got the first block. Ant pool, that's already like 30% of the hash rate did not activate. They did not capitulate. They don't give a shit. Right there. You just mined an invalid block. Hope everything's okay. I mean, everything's got to be okay with you, my man.
Yeah, what I'm really noticing, and you're probably just going to see it escalate, is just broad dissatisfaction with Bitcoin in general. As it's not just the BIP110 guys. If you follow a lot of these other big accounts, Michael Saylor has like 3.5% of the supply now. They know that there's no one really left. Their last hope was that the U.S. government was going to buy a bunch of Bitcoin, and now they're seeing that it's kind of the end of the road, I think, of Bitcoin sentiment.
Yeah, it's kind of some of the things that big blockers predicted. Like if you hamper on-chain scaling, you will see custodians take over, and like TradFi and EC2, see it all done through the custodians, and that then became the ETFs and like the Saylor stretch and whatever financialization he has. So I think this really is the downstream effect of things we predicted in 2017. It just takes a while for that to actually manifest.
If you watch the clip with Guida and like some of those other people, they're able to have that level of arrogance because Bitcoin dominance has been going up for 5 years because of because of the bid from MicroStrategy. You know what I mean? And as that comes to an end, they're not going to have. At least the green candles was one thing they could point to. But even now, like Bitcoin's been outperformed by the NASDAQ over the last 5 years. So they don't even have, even that's failing them. It's like, Bitcoin's going to go to $1 million and everyone's going to, it's kind of I think this is kind of the beginning of the end.
Yeah, there's no more suckers.
I don't think Bitcoin's going to go to zero or anything like that. But there's just going to be more and more broad dissatisfaction with the Bitcoin project.
I think that there's still a sliver. Like the main thing Bitcoin is going for it is that it still has like incredible mind share and people who try to make it work. And only one of them, like clearly Lightning has not worked, but like if people try Arc or some of these other novel approaches, like only one of them has to work. Like, okay, DriveChain clearly is now with eCash doing its own thing, but maybe BitVM, or maybe there's like, so some of these days you see a new layer 2 approach popping up regularly. So only one of them has to work. And I think that's their only opportunity to still make it and realize something impactful, is that one of these layer 2s actually works, and they do it in a way that allows you to still scale and have programmability and do interesting stuff on the layer 2. But then you're always with a crippled layer 1. But then if you have enough network effects and enough liquidity, then maybe that's how it happens. But like our hope or our bet then as the non-Bitcoin or non-BTC chain is that this probably won't happen. Like, you can just listen to the BitVM guys or the people building Arc and listen to what they say of like the trade-offs they have to make or the clunky workarounds, and just take them for their word. Like, it's not like the Lightning developers themselves are super happy. Like, most of the time they're complaining that they want governance or they want some new SIG hash flag to be enabled so Lightning works better because it now has a payment failure rate. So like even if you listen at the devs themselves, like not the marketing guys on X, but just the devs, they're like not too happy with the current state at all. So
yeah, it's such a mess. It's such a mess because, like you say, if they can't figure out a way to make it, and that's only just for like the protocol layer. That doesn't even get into the tooling that they need, the wallets, the adoption efforts, like all this stuff. Just if you can't even make it, like spreading adoption is a multi-layered thing. You need every layer working, even the promotion, the outreach. They don't have like anything.
And it's also just the mindset and the community. Like you listen to the way these people, like the BIP110 guys, like they don't actually understand how any of it works.
Yeah, I think it's a real problem if you're no longer like as a community oriented towards truth. And the problem is that if you have like a culture like toxic maximalism or something, you start to have these taboos or things you believe as a group, and you get like rewarded for being in group and saying things even though they're not necessarily true. It's like this meme about Lightning where you see Lightning can do like 1 billion transactions per second, and it's framed as like the greatest thing in all of cryptocurrency and blockchain. But then anyone who's looked into this knows it's just false. But it's the things people in group say to earn like status points or something. But if you have a lot of these things you believe, like the people who follow Knots, and you believe like all these things about spam and soft forks and how miners work and how nodes work and how the power distribution works, instead of realizing that it matters who your leaders are and what your strategy is, and that it doesn't actually work like your full node isn't voting for what the real Bitcoin is. Like if you get rid of all the falsehoods, then you immediately see how dumb the plan is. So and it's only that they have the dumb plan because they believe the falsehoods.
Yeah, all their misconceptions got reinforced over the last 8, 9, 10 years.
Yeah,
and so it's been constant reinforcement that they think all these things are true that aren't true.
But this hopefully should be the watershed moment in that sense. I mean, I'm quite good. We haven't seen another block yet. We had a bunch of blocks come in, and then the signaling happened earlier than expected, but it's variance. Now we've hit because if the next one here is a legacy block, they might that might be it. They might just be cooked from there on out. If they can get a signaling block, which is still low likelihood, but if they hit one, then I'm sure the tweets will be coming out. Aha, we knew it. The miners are capitulating,
that will be fun for like 10 to 30 minutes or something. The idea that they're back, but then the second and the third block in the Bitcoin Core chain. Yeah.
I mean, we'll see, because again, if the BIP110 chain gets like 2 blocks somehow, and then it reorgs this ant pool block, then ant pool will be mad, but it will only matter if the rest of the chain then blinks, if everybody's rushing around at their mining operations like, oh shit, we got to switch over to BIP110. But the best intel so far, as I'm aware of, is still that, not that I'm an insider on this particular part of the Bitcoin community, but is that the miners have not been preparing, BIP110 for activation or something. So they're not exactly going to be sitting there, with their finger on the button. So then the train is just already set on the tracks. If you don't even have a second, one of those little railway switcher things to switch onto another track, then everybody's just going to sit on the status quo, and that's it.
Yeah, we'll see how many of them we can get to the light of Bcash. The BIP110 guys, probably not many. They're all, it's like tokens are bad, DeFi is bad. Anything that you do outside of storing value is bad.
Well, but I think if you, as we just said, if you believe that many falsehoods, you need a brief reckoning with the reality, right? They need to go back to first principles, rediscover what Bitcoin is, maybe do a bit more reading before they do some talking, realign themselves with, okay, maybe we didn't understand what we thought we did, and so maybe some come around if they really study the block size debate. But on its face, if the main topic they care about is small blocks and they don't want the small blocks to be spammed with token metadata, then it doesn't seem a great fit. But then again, how did it come that op return was suddenly an issue, right? Op return was always in the history of Bitcoin a sensitive parameter, like in the days of Counterparty and Omni layer, it was already debated how big the op return size should be. And a part of the reason Vitalik went on to create Ethereum and not do like smart contracts on Bitcoin was because he was so restricted in the op return size. They actually decreased it. So it was always like a debate over how should Bitcoin support arbitrary data. But then with Segwit and Taproot, they just blew open the possibility of having these giant witness data and having it standard and allowing for filling the whole block with this data. So then we saw ordinals, and so that's kind of where the bug got introduced. It was, I don't think it's only an issue about standardness and op return. It's like they accidentally enabled all this stuff with Segwit and Taproot and with the witness data, and then they realized, oh, this is kind of bad. We have this less bad way, which is op return, but they were already been between a rock and a hard place, whereas they created issues themselves, kind of like, why are you in this bad place to begin with? It's because you did bad upgrades. So if they revisit Segwit and Taproot with a very critical lens, then I think they might come over to the Bcash side. But like that's my take.
I mean, it's true that. Go on.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, I was listening to a space yesterday with Hodl and Nort and Newt representing the BIP110 side, and just at every layer of their campaign, it's just such a mess. But David Bailey from Bitcoin Magazine said to like Hodl and Nort, like, okay, you've said there's not going to be a chain split, BIP110 is going to activate, and you're super convinced about that. If something happens that is not that, clearly meaning like I obviously know that's not going to happen, will you reflect on what you've missed? Mm-hmm. Do you think that you've missed something? And Hodl and Nort kind of said, no, because I don't go based on outcomes. I go based on principles, and if I stuck to my principles, then like that's what matters, kind of thing. So when you're saying, are they all going to sit down and reflect, have a little war room chat amongst themselves, like, oh shit, guys, we got completely wiped off the field, and we could convince ourselves, not until all our
not everyone does the reflection at the same point, right? So for example, take BSV. At some point, Craig and Calvin were saying, oh, there will never be like a no chain, just hash war, we will win, we will destroy any I don't even know the quotes from back then, but also the same rhetoric, like there will only be one chain, definitely no split. And then so some people will be like, they have been saying this for months, but now there is an actual split. Like that's a big difference. But I think also many people go along. But then you have to build like a whole ecosystem from scratch, and that's very difficult. So it takes even if you have your own chain, then it takes a lot of competence to build like an alternative. And then over time, people get delusioned just often with price action, right? I would say in BSV that's like the most like if you're used to being in BTC and the thing goes up like at least over a long time horizon, and then suddenly you're on your altcoin chain or like on your minority chain. And we have the same in BCH, right? What's the first that people do as a counter argument? They post a price chart. But at least we have like things going for us, like a strategy and a vision, a mission. But but it takes a lot to have like to win over if you have this download price action. And I think they don't have what it takes, and many people will be disillusioned once they start losing real money. They need to have skin in the game, and the people who don't have skin in the game, for them it's easy to get out. The people who do have skin in the game, well, they will feel it if the price
they'll go down with the ship. But that's what we're going to see right now. That's kind of the whole thing, is because they only got like 2 or 3% of miner signaling, but that signaling was kind of free. Like right now, it's not free to signal. If you mine a BIP110 block, you have to hit at least 100 BIP110 blocks, or you can never cash in that Coinbase. And that's like whatever it is, 200 grand or 300 grand that you threw away. So we haven't even seen the first BIP110 block yet, but it's possible that some of the ones who were mining BIP110, like their confidence levels will be dropping because it's no longer free. Like you now have to put your money where your mouth is, which they refuse to do. They wouldn't bet on prediction markets or future markets, like you said, Luke. There was no futures markets. They didn't push for those. They refused to do bets 1-to-1 on like Twitter. People were offering like, I'll give you 2-to-1 odds or whatever. They wouldn't take any of them. So yeah, it's just all the kind of virtue signaling about to come apart. Jerry, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? What's your take?
Copium and complacency, I guess. And also, yeah, I just wanted to jump on because I know you guys were talking about the Bitcoin Plus conference. So just as a correction, I was actually there.
Oh yeah, shit.
Actually,
yeah,
so,
I forgot.
But,
no, it's man. Sorry.
No, but it's really funny because Chris, I actually had a really funny interaction with him at the bar afterwards, and I gotta say, like some people, actually most people, they can have all these off-color tastes and whatnot. They can go off rails online. It's rare to see someone so congruent online and offline, if you know what I mean. No, he is exactly the same in person and stuff as well. But yeah, no, it's just kind of interesting because I was also in the Fork Talk Telegram group, and I was asking them, like months earlier. So it's like, you guys know, like just in case, right? Contingency plans and blah blah. Essentially, the argument just boiled down to these kind of contingency plans. The replay protection and whatnot. That's basically just us admitting defeat right now. So we're not going to do this. So like, my God.
Yeah, Luke has tweeted, Antpool appears to be attacking Bitcoin. Hold tight, everyone. So how are they attacking it, says Alex Lockman. Luke says, mining invalid blocks to full obsolete nodes and light wallets. Wow. Foundry should definitely be flipping right now.
It's like they can't even acknowledge that there is like Bitcoin Core. It's like an attack. It's an attack and a deprecated software.
Very surprised that Luke didn't say that Antpool was trying to lie.
Liars. They're lying to the network. He'll do that afterwards when they say, no, we're not. And then he'll say, liar. All right.
I'm going to put up some extra lights. 1 second. I'll be back.
Who else have we got here? Chris Guida. Well, we need to see a couple more blocks to really drive it home.
So sorry. So can we say this is also we should maybe have like an addendum to the hijacking Bitcoin book. We have successful hijackings and then not so successful hijackings.
Yes. Well, people have talked about that, like Wicked and whatever. They've been trolling them, saying you guys are going to write spamming Bitcoin for like the last year and a half. And just like every other thing that they said they're not going to do, they're eventually going to do it. Even Mechanic said, somebody's going to write a book about this. And they're going to say, however it all worked out. So it will be like, if somebody does that, it will be the spiritual sequel to hijacking Bitcoin, which would be just so ironic. It would be amazing. All right. Can we get that graphic up again, Jet? Like we want to see if there's a block coming in.
I'll put it over on my let's see. Every time we go there, though, I do lose Jerry. I'm going to see if I can swap my camera out for his.
Yeah.
No, but maybe I can.
Oh, it's all good.
We can still hear you, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can.
Oh, here we go. There we go. That's good. That's fine. We only just need to see if a new block rise. Still no new block. I mean... Yeah, are you still in that Fork Talk group, Jerry? What are they saying in there? What's the reactions?
Well, to be fair, there is a lot of people that's not exactly for the BIP110, so it's a lot of just trolling back and forth. There's talks of, so can we go back to covenants now? Bunch of people calling idiots, all that. Oh, is that
there we go.
They got one. Okay. It's on. Maybe we've counted them out too soon. Maybe
they got one?
Saving up all the hash rate. Yeah,
they got one.
So the split is on Ocean.
Who mined it?
Ocean.
XYZ.
I
don't really know the miners very much.
Well, Ocean
that's Luke's, isn't it?
That's their pool.
Yeah.
So what are these labels? I see 4x active, 30x active, 1x valid headers.
Wish I could tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, I literally don't know. I
what is
couldn't
this?
figure out what that is either. Yeah. What is that? I genuinely don't know.
So now that they have a block, what happens?
Well, so now it's a chain split. Now,
now
we see what that. Yeah, well, because you can see there on the graphic, it's split. That's what's going to happen.
I'm just so surprised. I'm so surprised. There's no futures. There's no market.
Wait, so hang on, because I don't think the BIP110 blocks actually invalidate anything on the Bitcoin Core side, because I think they're supposed to be fully compatible if it's like the BIP110 going to the BTC form.
Yeah, it's a soft fork.
Yeah, so but the other way doesn't work. So depends on like whether people build and it's like, well, which one do you actually relay, right? So yeah, there might be quite a bit of network disruption and stuff if this keeps going.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see, because so if the next block is a BIP110 block, then it could wipe out the ant pool block and it will create chaos. If the next block is an ant pool block, then it will then the split will extend itself, right? So if the next, so let's say if we give Ocean credit for being a little bit lucky, then if they get one more block and wipe out ant pool, and then the next several are the legacy blocks, then it will once again turn into a chain split. But if
so hang on, do we actually know if so? Right now, my understanding is the BIP110 stuff only really works on the relay level, right? So it depends on how many nodes are actually doing the relaying, because I don't know how many miners are actually on board with all this, but it's mostly in my mind the network nodes.
I think the best way to think about this is the Bitcoin Core nodes, they will follow the Bitcoin nodes consensus because it's a soft fork. So everything that's valid on the Bitcoin nodes is also valid on Bitcoin Core. So let's say Ocean mining has 3 blocks in a row, then Bitcoin Core would reorganize on those 3 blocks, but then they don't have the mandatory signaling. So we could just have a split 3 blocks further down in the chain on the Ocean chain. So as I said, Bitcoin Core would reorganize to Bitcoin nodes, but Bitcoin nodes would never reorganize to Bitcoin Core because it's a soft fork, so they have more specific rules.
Yeah. Exactly. And so what the knots guys are hoping for is that if they get a couple more blocks, then all the miners will be rushing around in panic at their mining farms, being like, oh crap, we better signal for BIP110, otherwise we're just going to keep getting our blocks thrown out. Like this ant pool block is sort of in danger here, right? If the Ocean gets another one,
yes,
or somebody else signals a BIP110 one, then that ant pool one is probably cooked and they've lost 250 grand. And this was the game theory.
What's the what's that website with the visuals?
It's called fork.observer.
Yeah, and so one thing on this, because mining is relatively centralized, so I wouldn't be super surprised if they did like a counter soft fork where they say, okay, we're all going to build on blocks that don't mandatory mandatory signal. So that even the other pools, not Antchain. So of course, Antchain has an incentive now to build on Antchain, but that everyone else is also building on on Antpool. That everyone is building on Antpool, even if Ocean would find 2 blocks in a row with a mandatory signaling enabled, that they would still say, okay, but we added this small little config that say we build on the 1 block instead of the 2 blocks, but just because we don't want Antpool to lose the block rewards.
But yeah, so it seems like Core will release some sort of countermeasure.
No, Core doesn't have to do it. Like it's just like with any soft fork, it's mainly the miners who matter. Like, a soft fork is kind of a 51% attack in some sense. Like, so if just the mining pools decide, okay, we won't build on any block that has the mandatory signaling, then like I'm not in the room, right? I'm not a miner, but I'm just saying that they could, even if the ant pool finds 3 blocks in a. Yeah.
Is the Ocean miner, is that a big pool?
Well, that's the thing. They were about 1, maybe max about 2% of the hash rate before this, and they're basically the BIP110 side. So
they got lucky, you think?
Well, it's either they got lucky or they've I mean, well, that's right. So either they got very, very lucky, or they have capitulated, maybe they had some secret deal and they capitulated some extra hash rate over onto them at the last second. Maybe they had a secret plan like that. That could be it. Or they were just, they had some of their miners offline or whatever to do like a surprise attack. That's possible.
Where can you view the hash rate? Where can you view the hash rate breakdown by pool?
And like mempool.space has it, I'm pretty sure, right? You just go to mempool.space.
I think the other thing that could cause this is basically like if there's quote unquote invalid blocks in the AND pool block that like basically the ocean pool just rejects, right? Then their pool and whatnot would just keep on mining and stuff like that. So it is possible to just reject whatever block that's discovered and just keep on going.
All right, there's the second legacy block. So that's quite bad news for BIP110 because they had the chance to get the reorg in there and at least cost Antpool some money. Probably not enough that Antpool would care in the big picture if it worked out. But again, it's because we had just that big gap and then Ocean hit one. So Ocean now need to hit 2 in a row to get a reorg before the legacy chain gets one more, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah, we'll see. Again, probably once it gets to like a 2 or a 3 block lead on the legacy side, Ocean is pretty convincingly cooked, I would say. Maybe at 3 blocks, given that maybe they've rented some extra hash rate. I don't know, for this occasion, they would still be a tiny minority.
Well, yeah, and especially for, at least for Europe time, people maybe monitor in the evening, but then once you wake up, it's definitely cooked, right? Like in the morning, it's different, of course, for the US, but if you go to sleep and you wake up, then you can for sure know it's done for.
I mean, they did hit that 1 block. Like, is that just fate loves the irony, like that it gave them the 1 block of hope? Or because if we see another Ocean block now, that would be, if they've hit 2 out of 4, that would be crazy.
That would be good content for the popcorn the popcorn enjoyers.
Yeah. Speaking of the popcorn enjoyers, Jeremy, quick tangent. How's the food at Cash 3.0?
It was pretty well. I mean, it wasn't like, at Bliss, we have the food that we do in the evenings and stuff like that. Like there was lunch. The lunch was, pretty good. I ate way more than I should have. As usual, I was in like a holiday mood. So yeah, the lunches were really nice. For dinners, we just kind of went to some of those restaurants in the shopping center. We went to Denny's several times. I had the beef noodles, which were absolutely excellent. The staff were very friendly. All of the Philippines is very, very friendly. So yeah, I mean, there was a ton of other options, but as it goes, once people find something that everyone else sort of agrees on, it just kind of tends to be the meeting spot, right? So yeah, we definitely ate well. I'll put it that way. All right.
Jeremy, you're muted.
Are we able to pull up one of these other streams maybe, and let's hear what the BTC takes are?
Introspection.
Yeah, exactly.
Who we looking?
Maybe I want to hear what the Tone Vase one.
Oh, that would be
or the
fun,
Fork Day one, but I think Tone Vase. Let's just get a quick little sense of what's on their mind. What are they discussing? Like, are they worried that Ocean is pulling out at the last minute some sneaky extra hash rate?
You would be able to see a spike somewhere.
Right. Nice hash.
Yeah, nice hash and brains are the two. I've never rented hash before.
But there's only a very limited amount of hash rate that is available for rent on that. I think it's like 1% or so, 2%.
Well, I think the market moves based on if a bunch of people crowd it out and it's like a supply and demand curve and the cost goes up, more miners are willing to give their hash up for rent because they're getting charged a higher markup. It's like dynamic with the brain software, isn't it? I've never done it before, but I was told it worked that way.
Me neither, but it's possible. For sure, if people on the BIP110 side were spending their money in order to rent hash rate, it's reasonable to think they just waited out for the last minute to maximize the spending on that very moment. So it's reasonable they did it.
I agree with that take. Like they probably just spent.
But let's get back to the CEO of Bitcoin.
So yeah, they're trying to figure out how Ocean got a block, basically.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're a little caught off guard that Ocean got a block. I was, but
I think really if you zoom out a bit, it really does not matter at all. But it's good. It's better for content, of course, for the live stream. But I think you need to get. I think this was discussed, right? You need to get to 1,000 plus blocks.
100 blocks. They need to get 100 blocks to get a mining reward over the line.
That first, but then you need the difficulty adjustment.
But the idea is that if they got, let's say
the majority chain, I see.
Yeah, I mean, if they got 3 out of the first 6, then probably there would be some serious sweating going on in that core live stream we were just listening to if suddenly the hash rate was 50-50. Jerry's shaking his head. He's like, what is this nonsense?
No, I'm just looking up Luke Dash Jr.'s Twitter. It's like Ampool appears to be attacking Bitcoin, and then he replies 1 minute, like just 1 minute ago, FT Pool joins in the attack. So it's just like, what the hell? I mean, I'll say this, right? They've done a great job on the marketing, on the community, on all that kind of stuff. If we can channel some of that energy and just redirect it to some more useful things on Bitcoin Cash, that would be, great.
Well, maybe we were talking about it before, I think obviously we do want network effect and we do want people to join, but it has to be people who've come to an epiphany, right? Like pre-epiphany people are no good because they'll just come and create more disruption than they will actually be helpful. I mean, maybe it gives them an opportunity to relearn things, but they already have so much new information that they have to swallow and rethink. And like you were saying before, Matthew, it takes time.
Yeah, the people
that's actually. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the people that seem to be most open, like Bitcoin Cash.
Can you mute yourself, Jerry? We've got feedback.
Oh yeah, now it's gone.
Is there echo?
Gone.
Yeah, now it's gone. So go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the people that seem the most open to Bitcoin Cash right now, like as part of like the Bitcoin community, or just like the more like influencers, like the people like the BIP110 and the people the more maybe they might consider themselves more technical. They seem to be quite set in their ways. But like app developers, people that want stuff like that. But this specific group of people like the BIP110 guys, I don't think there'll be many to reach.
Well, yeah, I think app developers need, like, if you want to do it at least in an entrepreneurial way, or you want to get a user base, you need to be in some sense pragmatic because you have an objective measure. But it was just like what came up earlier, like with HODL, like, will you revisit your opinions even if you have not the outcomes you want, and the reality proves the opposite of what you think will happen? Just, oh no, I won't revise my ideas about the world. The world will just be wrong because it ought to be this other way than it is. So that's very much not useful. And I think app developers have a tendency more to try to build something that works, so that if you want to have something that works, it's like Elon says, you can have very strong opinions about physics, but in the end, the rocket, like, physics is a hard judge, right? The rocket either goes up and lands or it doesn't. And so your excuses, in some sense, don't matter at all. And the same is true.
And there's also a large group of people like this chick. Sometimes I come across her, like this chick Heidi, 140,000 followers. You guys follow her, blockchain chick, once in a while?
Oh yeah,
yeah. So people like, that's just one example. She's become, you can tell on her timeline, like she's just watching both the BIP110 and the other side, and like, combined with like Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy, she's asking questions. She's like, guys, what's happening to Bitcoin? You know, I mean, this isn't the project that I kind of signed up for. You know what I mean? I think that's the best. Trying to influence those people, I think, is probably the best use of resources.
Lack of unity. Lack of unity really hits hard. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, while the price is going up, everyone's happy. Everyone's on the same team. While the upgrades are shipping, while people have things to be busy with, that's what they're busy with. But price is going down. Segments of the community aren't happy or splitting off. Nobody's getting the upgrades that they need. Like, at a certain point, you just need the upgrade. You're like, well, we can keep twiddling our thumbs or we can keep working on this side thing. But at the end of the day, there's no point constantly preparing for an upgrade that doesn't seem like it's ever coming to save your ZK bridge or whatever. And
they haven't had to suffer Bitcoin dominance, going down for, it's been like 5 years now. A lot of it's due to the macro strategy bidding. So they've been set in their ways. Now comes the hard part. They're gonna have to suffer.
Well, one thing that I think it's really plays to their detriment is that you see this whole AI wave, and so it should be super positive, I think, for Bitcoin, because everyone can build much more. You can build much more secure. But what happens? It only highlighted the bad parts. Like, things get hacked. Nothing good. Like, Coinbase maybe seems to ship faster. That's the main thing I've seen of Bitcoin-related companies using AI. But it's because there's so little development happening. There is no real direction. They're missing direction. Whereas I feel some of the stuff we've been working on since Cash Tokens, it's like you have a clear direction and vision, and then you can just leverage all the new tools to work in this direction. Whereas if you're kind of clueless what you're even building, then people are now building FOIC monitoring dashboards, and that's like the height of their AI usage. Whereas they could be, it's the meme, right? The future we could have had, and it's this advanced city with all the futuristic tech. But this is the future we got instead.
Yeah, that's what we were actually talking about before you hopped on, because we were talking about my business, and then we were talking about how it seems to be we've hit a real threshold with part of like your initiative in the last few months with the ZK proofs, where AI is helping us optimize the VM and really pinpoint, what dials to move on top of, and that's just on top of, just making applications easier to make.
All right, we've got an update here. So Ocean got another block, but it was a legacy block. Absolutely brutal for the BIP110.
It's quite odd, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. Like, the whole point of Ocean is, even though it's sort of somewhat ideologically aligned with the BIP110, the whole premise is the miner can choose. They're kind of like the freedom of choice type of party. And so maybe half of the Ocean hash rate is working on BIP110, and maybe half of it isn't. So that is just, but I mean, even just as a marketing L, like, that just looks so bad, because now everyone's looking at this graph thinking, you guys are fucking done. Like, even half of your own team are already offsite. This is the capitulation. Like, maybe some Ocean miners were all gung-ho for BIP110, but then once they saw, okay, people are not really flipping, they're flipping back. Or it could just be coincidental, but it's pretty brutal. I mean, they've got 2 blocks out of 4 from Ocean, which is incredible, really. I don't wonder if they had some spare hash rate in reserves, or some investor money that they're currently blowing through, trying to keep up with the difficulty, or what. I don't know.
But it seems odd they would do that. It seems odd they would spend all the resources and then only one of the blocks would be, but like, what's the point if you're not even going to signal for?
Well, they didn't think about any of this in advance. That's what we were talking about. They just did not plan this really that well at all. Yeah, let's have a listen to. I'm sure we'll hear they'll be much more relieved. You'll hear Rob and stuff. They'll be so relieved.
Who, the core guys, or who are these? These are.
This is the core guys. Yeah.
Tone Vase. What's Tone Vase up to these days?
Hash rate split, probably.
Trading indicators, probably.
And it was sort of block, but we don't know, right?
Assuming that there was any hash rate that was
that tweet, and Ocean Mining joins in on the attack. Holy shit!
Oh, that's so funny.
ideologically committed to lose money forever, keeping hashing that, they could easily find a second block, because they cannot really reorg at this point. But at least maybe they can extend the other chain, even if they probably cannot wipe out anymore. So the wipeout risk is probably now very, very low, while the possibility they extend even more depend of economic irrationality, which, I mean, humans are not perfect economic rational actors, so let's see.
I mean, coming back to what I was saying, are they just going to sit on a basically stalled chain and wait for Luke to come with a hard fork change?
Well, why not? I mean, they're not. They close the Lightning channels. They are telling each other
not
not
transacting, right?
Yeah, they tell each other not to transact, and my Bitcoiners don't really transact that much.
Right. The people who are like trying to attack everyone else as not being about Bitcoin as money are going to now not spend it or earn any money until their leader comes out with a hard fork, right?
They can just pay on liquid.
But to be fair, like Start 9, they closed their 230 Lightning channels, and 2 days later, like my BTC Pay server gets almost drained. So it was not the dumbest move to like shut down your Lightning node.
I did it because I generated my.
All right, let's jump in. Yeah, cut him.
With
But that's a great point from Stefan. Is well, what now? Like, as you know, Mechanic had his one defiant tweet. Let's see, nothing from Chris Guida, nothing from Luke, and yeah, he will have to. Oh, the sound is out, according to Carl. I don't know if we can double check that, Jet. Just check, listening on the stream, make sure the sound's still coming through. But they can't just, like, if the next one is a legacy block and it's 4-1, it's going to probably kind of slam the nails home in the coffin. And then what? Yeah, are they just going to keep sitting there being like, what? At some point, it's like a election, like I was talking about. At some point, if you're on the losing side, you kind of have to throw in the towel and, like, you know, call up the opposition and be like, GG, guys. Like, and then you go out with your public, you know, concession speech. The equivalent of that has to happen at some point. We're just going to wait and see. Is it going to take a 3-block lead, a 5-block lead, a 10-block lead? At that point, surely the reality is setting in for them. But I don't know, an echo chamber can be pretty strong.
Do you think? I don't think that they will end up hard forking. You guys think they will end up hard forking? I don't really think they have it in them.
You think this will be demoralizing? They'll just be too demoralized after this.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of, because then once they set a hard fork, then there'll be the futures market, and then it'll be bad.
I mean, honestly, they've been describing this as more or less like a holy crusade. So I don't think they're gonna just like fork and do whatever, you know.
You don't think what?
Oh yeah, I just saying, like, they've been treating this like a holy war against, you know, central banks, governments, and whatnot. So I don't think they're just gonna hard forward and do whatever. Right? I don't think they have that much principles.
Jerry, I got to buy you a mic, man. Let me get you an early Christmas present. I'll buy you a mic for these live streams. But like, I mean, we'll see. But that's the thing. So now what? They're all just like sitting, you know, with their fingers crossed. And at some point, once the realization dawns on them that, okay, guys, we've lost here, then what? Then exactly like Stefan Livera says, then Luke has to make an announcement like, okay, because when Chris Guida said, oh, we're going to do this proof of work stuff, and he rebased it all, then everyone was like, you're preparing this just before the fork. And he said, no, what we'll do is we'll keep it in reserve and we'll use it later if we need to. And it's kind of like, well, you can do that, but it's already kind of too late, you know, if they have to scramble to get it. Like in 2 weeks, if they're like, we're announcing our proof of work change that we're doing, everyone's going to be like, what? They can't do it on top of BIP110 blocks because by then it will be too late or too irrelevant. Or they could, I guess. It would be pretty crazy. And if they split it off the main chain again, then they've conceded completely that they lost. And
well, I think they would, if they would pick a fork block, then they probably would pick a BIP 110 block, because then at least they earned a little more Bitcoin on their like small minority chain.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say they only got that one block and then the legacy chain just runs away with it.
Yeah.
Then in a week, are they going to fork off this one BIP110 block? Probably they would try and mine one more BIP110 block into the main chain and then be like, that's the one that we're going to do the proof of. I could see that.
Okay.
And then they're gonna do the hard work, and they're gonna try to get network effects for the next 10 years and try to rebuild Untitled. It's like, off of what too? It's not the difference between their fork and Bitcoin. It's not even a significant difference to even really rebuild a whole chain around. It's not nearly as big an issue as like big blocks, for example.
It's what they say, right? If you want to build a new product to compete with an existing offering with an existing product, you need to be 10x better or something. So if you just say, oh, we're kind of the same, but we have less spam, like, what does it even mean? Nobody can.
Yeah, it's Bitcoin, but you can't do the spam. Yeah, it's like, okay.
You cannot do like
Even
some multi-sig, not some ordinals. Like you cannot do some useful stuff. Like that seems less useful even.
Yeah, they're honestly even worse than Bitcoin Core, it seems like to me. At least Bitcoin Core is like they're trying to solve the fee problem, kind of in a hacky, terrible way, but at least they're trying to get miners revenue.
Well,
all right, one thing hang on. Something I really wanted to talk about while we wait for the next block or two. There's two topics we really got to hit on. So I'll give both of them and you guys can just, whoever has a take on one of them can jump on. One is BCH suddenly getting into the privacy game. So Turek announced that he had his shielded pool Zcash style on BCH. It's sort of more of a proof of concept than like this is, big in production, but it just proves that we're leveling up to that. And then that other guy, Zero ZK Berserk or whatever it was, he also was like, oh, now I've implemented the Monero privacy algorithm on BCH. So we can see the Layla upgrade paying off, a couple of months later already with we've been saying we're going to outcompete all the privacy guys with covenants, and like it's starting to happen. That's one topic. And the other is that what Mathieu mentioned earlier about the AI hacks on BTC, but maybe we'll get that back to that in later, because that's kind of more of that's a nice one to kind of close out on in the hindsight of the disaster. So yeah, talk to me about the privacy coin stuff. Are we just going to completely replace Zcash and Monero over the next year?
So it's a little bit nuanced, my opinion on this, but I think that it's good that the main use case of this is actually that people are talking about Bitcoin Cash. They're like, oh, wow, Bitcoin Cash can do all this. You know what I mean? Like most normal people still don't really care about privacy that much. Like, like we've talked about, most people don't really know how any of this works. Even like privacy with Monero and ZK Stars, that's all very niche sort of stuff. You know what I mean? That only a small part of the crypto community. Like how many people are actually using, private coins like Monero? Not very many at all, compared to like the pool of investors or people that are, might be interested in crypto. But it does let the market know that the envelope has been pushed and that Bitcoin Cash can do all these things. And I have seen more people talking about the technical capabilities of Bitcoin Cash and how it can do all this privacy stuff and how it can do the ZK snarks. It can do all this sort of stuff. So, which is good. I think the misconceptions around Bitcoin Cash are shifting. That's the biggest positive to me at this point. At some point, probably in the future, privacy might become more important. Maybe as governments try to crack down more and things like that. But at this time, I think the main thing is the chatter, which is still a great thing. People are talking about it.
Yeah, so to add on to the chatter, I went on Joel's podcast. So clearly all the communities are taking interest. And I think the episode will release next week somewhere. So yeah, that was an interesting conversation. And so we talked about what it could enable. So there's two big ways to do it. Either you have a Tornado Cash privacy pool. So there, of course, the anonymity set is limited by how many people participate. So yeah, there the challenge is to get to the level of Zcash or Monero. They have big privacy or like anonymity sets because you cannot hide in a group of one person, right? And the second thing you can do is you can do rollups, so a trust minimized sidechain, similar to how they build sidechains or like layer 2s on Ethereum. And then you could have any kind of layer 2 without a trusted bridge. So you could also do a Zcash layer 2 or like Zcash rollup. And there's quite different assumptions between these two. So because the Tornado Cash has a different privacy mechanism, and it's only also on the smart contract layer, so you'd still need a solution for the networking layer. For example, you don't want to expose your IP address and things like that, or let everyone know when you broadcasted it or which Electrum server you talk to, because then you still lose privacy along all these other steps. So you still want to use Tor and want to think about how which indexers or full nodes you talk to, or like where you broadcast the transaction from. So the one benefit of having a full layer 2 for this with a trustless bridge or trust minimized bridge, which would be a rollup, is that you can have a kind of new blockchain and then do privacy on the whole stack. But the new blockchain would still have Bitcoin Cash as the currency, and through this rollup bridge, you would be able to withdraw without any kind of intermediary. So this is what they call the like trustless exits, or yeah.
So but ideally, we just want more transactions on the layer 1. Like, unless the bridge was paying a ton of mining fees, it's just an extra middleman, right? It's just instead of
so that's the difficulty with layer 2s generally, is that they pay very little in fees. So that's also the case for Ethereum layer 2s like Base and Ink and Arbitrum. So they pay very little in fees, and that's what Paul Stoitz wanted to solve with DriveChain, because DriveChain that does involve the miners, so it also pays the miners. Because they blind merge mines. So, but I agree. I think we will probably, Toric's solution is to have a pool, so a Tornado Cash style solution, which is very interesting. But then it needs to, you need to think, how do you integrate it with wallets, or does it use wallet connect? But then that's not really private, so you probably need to have it built into wallets. And so then, if you have a wallet with like these advanced BCH specific features, then your anonymity set immediately becomes rather small, right? It's like, even if all Selene users would use it, that's still not hiding in a crowd as big as the whole Zcash network or something. So I think we need to be kind of honest about some of the limits also. But I think, as we said, it's proving the capabilities. We prove that we have the capability to do any kind of general computation very cheaply, because in Ethereum, you need to use pre-compile. So these are like pre-approved. As we would add opcodes, they added this as a pre-compile. So you cannot do any kind of cryptography in Ethereum easily in smart contracts, because your gas costs gets way too high. Whereas we show with this, or like Toric showed, that you can do any kind of computation for cryptography and verifying, like think post-quantum. You can do it relatively cheaply, and you won't you won't pay a tremendous amounts in fees. It's super competitive, and it really leverages the execution benefits we have over a chain like Ethereum. So we're embarrassingly parallel to verify, and that makes it much cheaper. So the amount of compute contracts can use is much higher.
Yeah, so I like that it's a big narrative win, but I also kind of really like the fact that this stuff is just quietly going to be going in the background, because like you said, okay, it's going to take time for it to get integrated into wallets and for it to spread around the ecosystem, and also for it to be iterated, and also maybe for some people to come in from outside who are more experts in these areas from other coins and like play around with it, tweak it, whatever, right? So you have all of that going on, so that when we do have a bigger anonymity set, like when we get some breakthroughs on marketing, the price pumps, or people like flood in, maybe that's already become the default, that all these new users are being onboarded into that they don't even realize. Or maybe, you know, the tooling is there, right? It's kind of the same thing as like Abla. Like, did we need Abla in a strict sense? No, because you would still need whatever 200x the amount of traffic before you even filled up 32 megabyte blocks. But once you have it there, then that just sits there. It's a thing we can say when people have questions and concerns. We have Abla, we've got this under control, blah, blah, blah. And then when the crowd arrives, you're already prepared. You know, you're solving problems ahead of time rather than after they arise. And it feels the same to me with privacy, because that stuff takes a very long time to audit, to cook, to think about, to integrate. So I'm really glad that we're kind of doing it now. And it also, I don't know, it just seems to me like within a year or two, because that doesn't need to be rolled out to millions of people, to just say to any Zcash or XMR people on my Twitter feed, like, we already have your tech and the other tech, and we've combined them all, you know?
Yeah, so how I would frame it, I think Monero and Zcash will keep doing privacy better than, so even with our new tech, I don't think we will match the privacy guarantees, especially because Zcash did something kind of interesting recently where they formally verified their new pool so they couldn't have inflation bugs. But I think there was some real breakthrough work that didn't get enough attention or recognition. So that was real pioneering work that they did. But what they cannot do, these privacy chains, is they cannot do tokens and they cannot do smart contracts. So given that people want to use tokens and smart contracts, then you can only use Zcash and Monero for some small subsection of everything people want to do in crypto. And so given that there are chains which have, like for example, Ethereum, people are there for the tokens and the dApps, the smart contracts, then they also want to get privacy on Ethereum. And Ethereum is notoriously bad because people just link their name, their ENS name. So there would, for me, it would be Mathieu.eth or something. And then people say, send to Mathieu.eth. But if I then do also my borrowing and all my DeFi, I hold all my money linked to this identifier, then anyone can trivially check how much money I have or how much I spent or how much I got liquidated at or something like this. So I think privacy is definitely very, very important, and especially on the chains people use for tokens and smart contracts. So I think that's how we win. It's not, probably won't be the best in privacy generally, but given that people want smart contracts and tokens, then we need to be the best platform for privacy with those two qualifiers. Yeah.
And quantum as well. Like, to me, I can just see it all stacking up. It's got the on-chain scaling. It's got the low fees. It's got the historical resilience. It's not some project that popped out of anywhere. There's no pre-mine. It's got the privacy stuff. It's got the quantum stuff. It's got the smart contract stuff. You know, like, I feel like, yeah, it just has to create that tipping point where everyone goes, holy crap, these guys have basically everything. And even if we're not kind of like 10 out of 10 in any one category, the fact that we're like 8 to 9 out of 10 on every single category just adds up to being like a winning. But that's a hard message to convey to people, you know?
Yeah, so I think like one area that we could really focus on is maybe like on the AI and the agentic payment side of things. Because the issue right now is that if you just give money to an AI agent, then there's really no guardrails on how it actually can spend the money. You can always, just beg for the private keys and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, I think like with covenants and stuff like that, quite honestly, the main thing so this is also something I noticed and Thayoshi also mentioned in his blog post, is that at the Blockchain Futurist conference in Toronto about 2 weeks ago, like we got at the Bitcoin Cash booth, we got about like 150 or so people, maybe 200 people come visit booth. And only about 10% of people knew that Bitcoin Cash was actual blockchain. Like they thought, is this like a layer 2 solution? Is this like a company trying to bring cash onto BTC? It's like all these crazy things, right? And yeah, so of the people that actually knew that BCH was a blockchain, almost no one knew any of the, the token stuff, the covenant capabilities, any of the stuff, right? So yeah, I think like quite honestly, like a lot of things right now is like, how do we actually reach out to these people? Because like it or not, a lot of these, institutions, a lot of these startups, they're defaulting to Ethereum because that's effectively the only game in town, right? It's not like they know there's another solution out there. So for a lot of the people that are chatting up, it's like, hey, on these covenants, we can literally ensure that even if your private keys are compromised, you can still ensure your money goes through, right? So things like that, it's like it really just like tries to open up their mind and eyes and stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure how exactly to like best spread that around. Like maybe we just need something to go viral to just showcase on BCH.
I mean, yeah, I've got two takes quickly on that. So the first one is, Jerry, you're doing an amazing job. I think just getting to these conferences, and we've got to keep making sure we're still funding that and because that is where you get that traction in the industry. You can have conversations with people that know crypto but maybe don't know BCH, and that also just spreads around, once a few people, like the same at Cash3 conference, I talked to one girl who was from Ethereum. I linked her up to Matthew's stuff, and she was really interested in that. And she was suddenly like, oh, wow, this is really cool. Like, she could just kind of get it straight away, but she needed to have that first point of contact. And then, she was rolling with it. And I feel like we could do a lot more of that. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is kind of a contrary point in a way, which is that I almost feel like we need to put our resources into not doing that. We need to put our resources into doing stuff that is unrelated to what all the rest of crypto is doing and da-da-da-da-da. Like if we're onboarding people like on the Isle of Man initiative where Gareth is talking about with the motorbike racing and stuff like that, if it's just, there's only, BCH is your first, last, and only crypto, and it works for everything that I need to do in the local community that's operating, and I got into it because of this related thing that I like, then we're just tapping into a whole new market segment instead of fighting with every other crypto for mindshare,
Yeah, well, the most important thing is like to make people feel like they're a part of something, Like early Bitcoiners felt that they were part of like a new technological thing that was going to change the world. And that's what people need to feel like most of all, that they're part of something that's moving forward and changing the world. You know what I mean?
A revolution. How do we capture that then? How do you propose that we get more of that go? Because I think we already have that feeling among the actual BCH community and anybody who's plugged in enough in maybe BTC land to see that we're doing it. But outside of that, how do you get people to see that?
I don't think it's one thing. I just keep doing what we're doing, continue with outreach. There's more and more companies building more Bitcoin Cash. Keep supporting those companies, keep doing more conferences, building that community in real life, with real people.
So I agree with keep doing what we're doing for at least for what we've been doing for the last 2 or 3 years. But then one big differentiator, what we definitely should not keep doing the same, is the way we develop software, but also the way we just manage projects. Can be totally different with AI. So I feel there's a big opportunity just within BCH to help each other get more productive or use the new AI tools. Like for example, I know Jeremy, we were just chatting in the AI Deep Cache chat about building potentially our own dev tooling or which of these new developer tools, whether we still like Cursor or VS Code, or whether we use the new the new, I don't know, from Cloud or the Cloud GUI or the Codex or these new open codes. There's so many new developer tools for agentic coding or to leverage new AI productivity wins. And I think that of course applies to coding, but I think that's one thing where we definitely should do something totally different. If you're doing the same thing as this time last year, you're doing something very wrong. You should be experimenting much more, trying to share knowledge with other people, doing similar things, and try to get a lot of productivity wins, because this is how we, for example, I looked up how many people work on a MetaMask wallet. I'm not sure this is correct info, it just came up from Gemini, but it said 250 people work on the MetaMask wallet. And so, we're developing wallets, but we don't have 250 people. But then probably if you think AI can 5x or maybe even 10x the amount of features you can ship or things you can build, then suddenly we can get much closer to some of these existing teams which we're competing against, right? So we're building, and I feel in BCH we always had very quality infrastructure. So for example, the full node and the Fulcrum Electrum server, but it was hard to get, for example, in the wallets, the same features that MetaMask has. I think with AI, there's now a real opportunity. 3 of us on the call are working on improving wallets. So if we just do a very good job on that, I think that would make a big difference. If we really leverage these AI tools to not keep doing the same as last year, but ship features 5 times as fast and improve a much faster pace than we used to, I think that can be one thing that we do drastically different that has a big impact, not over a few months, but if you add up over a year and you're 5 times more productive, then you have maybe compacted 5 years of development just into 1 year or something. So that's something, a topic I would like to see developers specifically discuss more, but anyone who does anything that can be automated, like even with I don't know, maybe for making graphics or promotion posts. I think some of the BCH Bull posts, I'm not sure if you guys follow them actively on social media, but there's like very fun with a bull and a bear, and they're doing price updates in all kind of daily setting. I think it's kind of genius. So I'm sure they're leveraging AI very heavily in the creation process. So that's just one example where we can use it besides just coding.
Yeah, no, I think it's spot on. I mean, I agree with you that BCH is already, it's kind of a strengths, weaknesses kind of thing, you know, like BCH has always actually been very, very strong technically, like all the upgrades, we haven't shipped any crap ones. We've done good ones. The tooling is actually quite good. Like you said, the infrastructure is good. There's a strong community of devs, not a large one, but you know, very competent people who are very passionate and, you know, willing to work for probably a lot less than their market value because they're like passionate about the project. So for that, we've always had such a strong technical stream. And I agree, obviously it would be good the more we can ramp that up, and maybe the technical community can find solutions to cover the gaps in the other areas. But yeah, I'm still kind of for this year more on the sort of thought of the business. We need to onboard end users outside of crypto, but with associated stuff that they like. And also we just need more capital. You know, we need more salespeople basically who are good at bringing in VC investments and stuff. Like money is just raining down onto all these guys in BTC with the terrible idea. Like that's how they all get funded to sit around and work on this stuff for 5 years that never goes anywhere. Like imagine if we had that and the projects would go somewhere and then everyone would win. But we just need to somehow crack into those circles. Again, probably it's going to conferences, showing up more at conferences. I think that makes a big difference. I don't know, Jared, do you have any thoughts on how do you make business connects at those conferences and how do you tap into those like pools of whale funding? Do you know?
I mean, honestly, a lot of these companies are really just trying to use blockchain as infrastructure. So I just been promoting Bitcoin Cash just for the infrastructure and the protocol capabilities, right? A lot of times, you know, I don't even talk about Bitcoin Cash. You know, it's like I talk about capabilities that quite honestly no one's really seen in things like Ethereum, Solana, even BTC. So that right there, you know, just like gets their attention. And then quite honestly, a lot of it afterwards is like, I don't know, that a lot of the shift right now has definitely gone to, you know, just strictly AI. So there's definitely a lot less momentum on the blockchain side of things, which is why I'm trying to explore this, you know, like agentic payment aspect, just try to get some, you know, traction and stuff like that, right? But yeah, I think like, you know, like we could definitely like benefit from, you know, just promoting what the capabilities we have so far. You know, like we have Turing completeness on Bitcoin Cash. Like no one's even heard of that before, right? We have all these loops, we have all these functionalities. So yeah, I don't know. It's like how do we actually, you know, do that communication, right? Because we can keep posting on social media, but sometimes social media is a little bit of an echo chamber.
Well, it is mostly Twitter. Like that's the thing as well. We also need to branch out a little bit. We need to get more active on Instagram. I'm the wrong guy to do it, but somebody who's more in the TikTok rabbit hole needs to like figure out that one and start getting BCH into the feed there.
Well, but I think there's another angle to what Jerry said, because yeah, we need to kind of tell people about governance, but we also need to show what it can do. And I know the opt-in wallet, I think you recently added mainnet, right, Jerry? And that it has a bunch of governance capabilities. So I think just like Cash3.0, when it was released in 2023, introduced cash tokens and pioneered a subset of features. I think it's interesting that Jerry, with his new wallet, which is a new wallet, introduces some new features that he thinks are missing from the other wallets, and can then try to move maybe wallet developers in a specific direction, or at least pave the way for his users and his own usage. So yeah, I think that's a super interesting.
Yeah, and I'll be very, very honest. The reason why I wanted all these covenants and cash grip capabilities in a wallet is simply because when I go to these conferences, I have to show them a mobile phone. I can't whip out a laptop and showcase them. Okay, this is the code. This is all this kind of stuff. You have to show a wallet, some sort of a very, very basic product, right? So, yeah, that's basically the whole genesis of it. And ultimately, I do believe that with these kinds of covenant capabilities, imagine actually empowering everyone to this kind of stuff, right? Like you don't have to rely on these single signing keys. You can actually put your money into vaults, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it's definitely a lot more powerful. But at the end of the day, like we just need to get the word out for all this stuff.
Okay, quick update. We've had a 4th block on the legacy side, and Luke has made another tweet in his thread. Antpool appears to be attacking Bitcoin. Hold tight, everyone. Followed by F2 Pool joins in the attack. Followed by Simple Mining attacking too. So once again, just hitting on that point of leadership. If your leader is just sitting there, just like liar, 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 that they're all being attacked. It's just, I mean, even with your cult followers, at some point they start to figure out that just you lost. You are the minority. You are out of consensus.
Well, I think this tweet is actually pretty important because I think what happened here is Simple Mining pretended to be Ocean. I think that 961634 block is Simple Mining saying, no, we're Ocean, guys. Right? Because that's the block that they've screenshotted there.
That is a genuine attack if they did that. That's a bit sneaky. That's a bit underhanded.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a morale killer.
You're going to something legit.
Yeah, I think there's 3 things that come to mind that Bitcoin Cash can lead into. One is the AI payments that Jerry was talking about. That's obviously going to be a big trend. Probably, most transactions are going to be AI to AI agents. You know what I mean? Along with AI tooling, that's really a force multiplier. Also, some sort of closed loop system with stable coins, something where you can spend your stable coin, you can get the stable coin easily. I think a really interesting project is that Peer, where they generate, it's a little bit clunky still. But where it generates a ZK proof in the browser, and then you're able to get crypto through your PayPal, your Venmo. There's no KYC, and it's super slick, and you can basically just get on chain, without even having to think about it. And then some sort of closed loop system where you can spend your stable coin through a debit card, get a little bit of cash back. Maybe that cash back goes into some sort of like Bitcoin Cash rewards, where like 1% of every transaction or something goes into like your cold wallet or something. And it's just really simple for normies. They don't have to think about it. They're getting the dopamine of spending. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't even want to save in crypto. It's too volatile. They rather get their dopamine from shopping on Amazon or something like that. So some sort of closed loop system where they could spend their stable coin, get a little bit of cash back. It's cheaper and it's seamless with their bank account. And then the third thing, like with the cultural aspect, is honestly leaning into the sort of like what Bitcoin used to be. Like people all around the world are getting more and more fed up with their governments. Like, especially in the US, you see like people are fucking angry at Trump, dude. So many people got betrayed, they felt like, by Trump. And just kind of leading into that, Bitcoin is supposed to be the cool kids. They're like, fuck the government. We're not paying taxes. We're not paying off the debt. Go fuck yourself. We're supposed to be the kids that are smoking cigarettes in the back alley. Like, you know what I mean?
But so BTC totally lost that now. Yeah, I agree. I agree. We still
Bitcoin Cash is still into that.
Yeah, exactly. We do need to be a bit rebellious. And that's where some of the like, it's still the original Bitcoin can actually still come in, as much as we say like, okay, maybe it's, tired and rehashed to keep like going back to that same well. But having a little bit of that flavor in there, like Bitcoin was supposed to be rebellious. It still is, BCH, something like that. Bitcoin was for the rebels. We just changed the name. Like, I don't know,
what I've
never used to be a little scary. You know what I mean? Like people used to be like, "Oh, that's kind of scary." You used to use Bitcoin. Like, what are you doing?
I have never, since I've been involved in cryptocurrency, it wasn't until I onboarded my weed supplier to BCH that I saw a drug dealer accepting cryptocurrency. What the fuck has happened here? But we need to onboard the drug dealers again. What's going on?
Yeah, there needs to be a way like, hey, like this is something new that we can all build together. You know what I mean? This isn't working. You know what I mean? And that's kind of happening. I'm seeing that a lot of people are fed up with like inflation and things like that, and I think Bitcoin Cash can kind of lean into that rebellious spirit a little bit.
It's just kind of, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know what you're saying, but it's just like we've tried that.
Yeah, I think more broadly, if you say we need to lean into negatives, then we probably need like most of all new figureheads or something, right?
Not necessarily like lean to the negatives.
Yeah, I think so. Like the one thing BCH is probably weak is that I would say is like any type of leadership, which has advantages. Yeah. But if you don't have any figureheads, like then it's hard for people to have like a rallying cry and have like coherent, coherent story, right?
Yeah, it's always going to mean different things for different people, for sure.
I think what would be super. I think one item is if you can get a high ticket BTC over who is clearly appreciated, like a Jeremy Rubin or someone of his caliber, to come over and just develop his ideas on BCH. Like,
I think you're right. Sometimes the negatives aren't the best, but that kind of leads into also like this is like the Renaissance. You know what I mean? Like, this is the way we can, people don't have enough food to eat. Like everyone's fed up with everything. Like, this is something that this is the future that we can build. You know what I mean?
I love the concept of Renaissance, like the great script restoration. Back. Yeah, great script restoration is already in that, and that's why I said get some high ticket BTCers over, because if you said, you can do all this general compute and you can build anything you want, that should be the most appealing to these BTC developers who wanted a Covenant ID for like 5 years and wanted to build vaults or whatever application they have, and they simply couldn't do it. And it's true that they wouldn't get the same user base on BCH as they would on BTC. But that's not the option they have. The option is, would they rather talk, like the meme you shared, Jeremy, would they rather keep talking and don't build anything? Or would they rather ship a product and have some users use it with real money on actual chain, right? And then of course we get this gets more enticing if we get into the top 10. I think currently we're number 18 or something on CoinMarketCap. So yeah, this is very important, I think, because the number 10 is what everybody knows and respects. But the lower you get down from there, then as Jerry said, like many people don't even recognize the names beyond number 15 or 20.
Yeah, I think those Bitcoin script developers are probably one of the best groups of people to target for sure, because they're less, they're a little less idealistic about what Bitcoin. They just want to build stuff.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think we are winning that crowd, and I mean my strategy in banging on that drum so much, now we have that thread which is like 27 posts long of just all the stuff BCH has delivered that the BTC guys like, we won. It keeps going. I can't wait until it's like 100 posts long or like 50 posts long. At some point it's just so overwhelming. And the reason that's good is because of my mental model that like technology drives culture, which drives economics, or technology drives economics / culture, and then that drives politics, and then that drives the law. Like if you win, technologists can't afford to be political, right? So it just, like the BTC devs are, and we're seeing that's the whole Chris Guida thing, is he's sitting there like the guy, whoever it was who was behind the camera, was like, you're talking a lot of shit about how BCH didn't deliver and didn't work, but like we all know that they've actually massively outperformed us on at least one thing. Like you can't be too harsh about it. And then that's just like,
I really feel this small comment is so powerful because it's not orchestrated by us. Like we don't know who the cameraman is, but clearly he got this negative from someone, and it's an escape from the matrix, right? So people are Bcash bad, Bcash a scam, and then they at some point say, but don't they have all these nice Covenant things that they want? And it only takes a person to do a few Google searches, or no, they probably would ask their AI, like, what are these Bcash people building with Covenants? And then they get a whole list. They go like, they're building this and this, and now there's zero-knowledge privacy pools, and there's decentralized stablecoins, and there's wallets with Covenants built in, and they have this whole list. And I think this is really powerful. And it's accidental that the cameraman just asked this little question, but it shows that at least our part of the narrative is becoming more like widespread.
Yeah, it might be perfect for the intro next year. I also agree. After you mentioned it, because I watched it one time, I was half not paying attention, and then you mentioned I watched it a second time, then I watched it about 10 more times after that, because I was like, yeah, damn, The guy, he just says like covenants, like question mark. You know, he doesn't even say anything. Okay, here we go. Another block has just come in. 5th block ant pull for the legacy chain. So I think at this point it's done. This is what I was saying, Jet, about, you know, we got the 1 hour. Like, it's probably over at this point. Maybe it took a little longer than that, you know, a couple of slow blocks. It was, you know, that one block, if you like charted the emotions of the BIP110, people would have been like soaring euphoria in that moment. In this moment, I'm euphoric. Somebody needs to make that Mark Carpelli's classic Bitcoin meme with that block, you know, that block pasted over the top of it. But anyway, like, they're 5 blocks behind now. Are they going to get 1, 2, 3, 4? Are they going to get 6 blocks at max, you know, network difficulty before the legacy chain, which has most of that? And there's another one from the legacy chain, Foundry USA. It's done, guys. It's absolutely over.
How dumb would it be if Ocean decided to build on one of the legacy blocks to signal for 110? To be like, oh, we're just going to change the site, actually, like.
No.
So the reason why this would be super hard is everyone, the node runners would think they're so powerful, they all install these NOTs versions. Yeah, so they would have to coordinate on they would have to coordinate all immediately, and they don't want.
Well, I mean, at 2% of the
that's a hard
hash,
fork or something.
Like, couldn't they just rent more hash than what they voluntarily?
No,
what they've gotten from
they've already spent all their money. That's the.
They don't have that. Like, all the NOTs nodes, they need to start it. The mandatory signaling starts at exactly the block height where we saw the split. So you would need to, every NOTs node would need to update to also allow at some later block height.
Gotcha,
so that would be,
gotcha.
Yeah, so they cannot.
Well, yeah, here's what I'm saying. Assuming they didn't spend all of the money, couldn't they just put this emergency patch out, rent enough hash to be more than what the previous NOTs node was, and restart the fork process?
Yeah, but then they would prove that the node runners are like inconsequential and they really don't matter. Maybe that could happen.
Luke has added another tweet to his thread. Foundry Services 2 also attacking Bitcoin. Shaking my head. It's done. He's the only one tweeting. It's just Luke tweeting like, we're being attacked. Oh no, somebody else is attacking us. Oh no, somebody else is attacking us. Everybody else, their Twitter feed is the same as this graph. They've stalled at when they got that first block. Everyone retweeted, here's our block. We've done it, guys. BIP110. And then silence. So there we go. David Bailey. It's official. BIP110 was the least popular, most incoherent, most inconsequential soft fork ever attempted to activate. Everyone who pushed this Sybil attack has much to reflect on, and the ringleaders should be dumped in the dustbin of history. Farewell, RIP110. I'm going to give him a repost for that. Because RIP110.
Well, you know the funnier tweet that he made was actually he's currently he said he was watching the BIP110 live stream with Mechanic and Crater. They apparently tried to get Luke Dash Jr. to join the stream, but he refused. Said he was busy with other things. And that was about like 20 minutes ago. So apparently Luke is too busy tweeting.
Well, he might be busy tweeting, but I mean, to be fair, like when there was the hash war, like for someone like him, he genuinely could be, you know, at the mining console or back channeling with somebody, or, you know, allocating Jack Dorsey's money into renting more hash or whatever the hell. Like, I would not be expecting him to be necessarily front and center, like, unless they were clearly winning and it was all good. But no, I think, yeah, like at this point they're cooked. And yeah, now we have to see, like, the concession speeches have to start coming out, right?
Yeah, I wonder.
Do you think they'll do it? They'll just go silence, dead silence.
No, they
for
have
the
to
next
be
12
like,
hours.
guys, this didn't work. What now, right? At least that's the like bare minimum they have to do. Like, they have to coordinate on what now. Okay, our genius plan is foiled.
It looks like well, it says it looks like a proof of work changes on the table. Newt talking. So somebody is just chasing down, who knows where this is, but on some live stream.
Proof of work
maybe
to
that's
what?
it.
Script or something? Like what?
any other algorithm, just because they're like, their miners are evil. The miners hated our fork. So screw them. They're captured. They did not listen to the nodes, which was a hoax. Okay, can we just take a moment and just pour it out a little bit for these guys who've been sold a hoax for literally the last decade? This is them just slamming into the wall that every thread that they argued with a Bcacher and told them, the nodes, you ASF. Like, it was all lies. It was all fake, guys. So just pour one out for those going through tough times in this instance. We tried to tell them then. We tried to tell them in the intervening period.
Cheers.
We tried to tell them now. Yeah, cheers. Cheers, lads. Anyway, hopefully this will put an end to that ever being a narrative ever again, because at least most of the people on the core side were like, yeah, well, the nodes matter, but they matter in the sense of if you've got a lot of economic activity, you know, if you've got the clout, like it was a bit more balanced, a bit more of a realistic take. So that's it. Yeah, are they gonna split up? Like, there must be, at this point, the realization must be setting in. That's why we're getting silence. They're trying to figure out what now, guys. The thing is, the craziest part is this was all perfectly predictable. We predicted it on the show. Everyone told them on Twitter hundreds of times for months. They could have, like, the next plan should be ready to go. It should be like, we've war gamed it out. In this scenario, we do this. In this scenario, we do this. And they thought, okay, we probably won't lose, but they should at least plan for it. And they just haven't. So now what? Like, every block, it gets worse, because every block that they're silent and they don't have something, it plummets the credibility of the whole setup, right?
Yeah, so by comparison, the Bitcoin Cash fork looked incredibly competent.
Yeah. And that's the silver lining for us. BCH reps are already rising because we're doing a good job. But I mean, the funniest part about all of this, I think, is that ironically, the guys who are on the legacy chain look at the BIP110 chain and think that's a disaster. And they look at BCH and think that was a disaster. And they think if we had to do it, we'd do better. But they wouldn't. They absolutely wouldn't. You only discover how hard it is once you go up against the hijackers. And so BCH actually did it right. BIP110 did it wrong. But I'm sure a lot of legacy people will be feeling like we totally could have pulled off a split if we needed to.
It's like seeing someone who's competent at anything, like whether it be the piano or some other instrument or some sport, lifting heavy weights, and you're like, oh, I could do that. Yeah, well, try, and we're about to find out, right? It turns out often
it looks easy. It looks easy when somebody does a good job.
Yeah, and you can spot their faults, right? Even if someone is very good at the piano or something, but they make some mistake, maybe you can hear it. But now you try to do better.
That's right. Exactly. So I don't know. I mean, we could definitely, we could sit on the call a little while longer and watch. I'm so curious. We have to see. There's got to be some PR behind. Well, it's going to get to the point of, like, you know, the dictator in the failing regime, right? Like, if Luke just keeps tweeting out, "Oh no, we're being attacked by the miners. We're being attacked by," if that's the
each
only
block,
comms,
you will have a long night. Each 10 minutes, you will have to tweet the evil pools.
But at some point, like Mechanic or Kratter or Hodler has to step up and be like, we've followed an insane general into battle, and now we've been decimated, or we've been not decimated. That's only 1/10. We've been wiped out. All our troops are like wrecked. The remaining survivors are huddled under the tents looking for some direction. The longer they live, the worse it gets. This is what I'm saying, because if they wanted to do a proof of work change, the best time would be like right now. Okay, guys, actually the miners were scammers. Here's the proof of work. Actually, the best time would have been 3 months ago. But like, anyway, they could be doing it now, and they could get some initial momentum on their alternative. But the longer they leave it, the more people are going to fracture and splinter, the more their credibility goes down, the less anyone's going to want to buy any of their coins. It just gets worse by the minute, basically. Silence. Let's check in on those BTC guys. I'm sure the celebrations will be, well underway. Let's hear it. The vindication.
Which was against my game theory prediction.
The most entertaining outcome.
So chat is reporting that the BIP live stream just ended. BIP110.
Oh,
they've rubbed.
Oh, we outlasted them.
All right, so Tone, you've already met one of your conditions.
What's Mechanic's channel? Maybe he's going live on his channel.
You're greedy, man. Just get a win.
No, I don't think so.
Nope.
He left the chat with "We are forked." Like that's it. We are forked. Where his final words? So
Dude, they're gonna get. They're about to get roasted. They're about to get roasted on Twitter.
Well, so the big thing right now is that all their predictions about miners switching has not come true, right? And this is sort of like a reality slaps you in the face moment for a lot of them. So this is where you kind of have to deal with it. And you know, we'll see what the fallout looks like. Are they going to continue believing that this is the case, or will some people switch back? What like, how do they deal with this cognitively? That's the big question for me.
This is just
I
like
mean, they just changed the narrative, right? Bitcoin Core 30 was gonna kill Bitcoin, and then it didn't, and then they changed the narrative to not right now, but eventually it will kill. I mean, they'll figure something out, I'm sure.
It's just like the Jehovah's Witness when the word doesn't end. You have just to spin it up a little bit. For example, all the attacks on Cold Card were created to distract from this. So without that, game theory would have worked as predicted. But with that attack, game theory.
They don't realize other cope narratives, right? The other one was,
they don't realize it's not really a win for them either. It's another large portion of their community splintering off. They don't seem to even realize it or care.
That is a great take. That is a great take. But I mean, yeah, of course it's an L for the big, but they feel, you know, vindicated. They feel justified because that's it. You know, it's hard. Like the same with the BCH community. After the BSV people leave, you're like, okay, well, you know, sucks to lose a few people, but those guys were hurting more than they were helping. So ultimately, it's a good thing. Like you sort of feel like that in the moment.
Yeah, but I also agree it's an L for them, even though it's like if you would check in with Ethereum or anyone else not affected by this drama, they're like talking about post-quantum stuff and next upgrades, like they're doing productive stuff, they're talking about AI and agentic payments, and here like so much attention and brain power and discussion and like all these fork monitoring websites, like so much effort went into like so many of the debates were all like and it feels good to do like the lab of okay, we were right, but I think in the end it's good that I feel like BCHs, of course, we've been following it also with the BCH podcast, but like mostly ignore it to a large extent because it's not helpful to follow every Matt Kramer video because it just doesn't change anything. It doesn't have any effect. Like things didn't happen today. Nothing ever happens.
Nothing happens.
Yeah,
we're in a unique position.
Yeah, it's a unique position that Bitcoin Cash is the one that's more stable politically now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's unique. I think it's unique in two aspects. You're right. Firstly, it's that we've flipped it completely. BCH has become cohesive. Because I have that in the FAQ, because people always say, oh, BCH just does good upgrades because they're small. But that sounds kind of good, but it's clearly wrong if you look at the data, because after the split, BTC was the big one and they were cohesive, and BCH was the small one and they were contentious. We had the BSV split, we had the XCC split, and now like BCH is good, right? So we've completely flipped that. That whole that polarity has reversed. That's the first, part of it. And then the second unique part is what Mathieu was saying. Like the ETH guys, maybe they'll follow this like very vaguely, but I doubt they were running live streams to watch it. And who cares? They're busy like getting some good night's sleep or working on the next thing, planning the next conference or like something. Like they're completely detached. We're in the middle where we are in touch enough with them to monitor it, to see what's going on, to comment on it. It will be very interesting to see if, probably they won't because they never really want to, but if any BTC guys watch this stream, comment in the comment section. How did you find the BCH takes in retrospect? But regardless, it's worth watching because their failures is kind of to our benefit in the big picture. right? But at the same time, I agree with Mathieu. Like, this is not, I mean, we're doing this stream, but are people really being distracted? No, like people have just been cracked. Like there's none of this stops us building or doing anything.
Yeah, I guess from their perspective, one thing we also maybe have said in the past is it's also very difficult if you really don't have this cohesion and there's continuous infighting, you also cannot do anything productive. So sometimes when there's only infighting going on, it is more productive to just have a portion of the community go their own separate ways. But still, to this day, people, even in Bitcoin Cash debate, whether the BSV split was really necessary or whether we kind of had good people, but they just fell into the Kirek right sphere of influence because we let it happen. But it didn't maybe necessarily have to be this way. But it's hard to do the alternative history where things were different. And the same here, like, let's say there was never a SegWit data issue where people could stuff the witness data with large ordinals, then maybe operator wouldn't have increased and maybe this whole thing didn't happen, but it's hard to think about. So maybe maybe in some sense it is good for community cohesion that the BIP110ers now have to figure out their own thing, but then this community cohesion, you need to leverage it for something useful. And they're still not aligned, right? People will still be fighting over Lightning versus governance versus the cleanup, the consensus cleanup versus quantum, So there's still infighting and so many problems. So I don't think this cohesion buys them a lot, but we'll have to see.
I just found a tweet from @Mononautical where it says 5 blocks ahead, etc., and then another one right under that with, so you're saying there's a chance, and it's just a screenshot of one of these websites that says forked 0.000000036,181 blah 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 % chance of a core reorg at this point. It is done. I think
the thing is, it was just so incompetent, because it's kind of shocking in a way that like these guys, Luke, Matt Cratter, what's his name, Mechanic, like amongst all of them, they have like quite a lot of social media clout. They have a lot of connections in the industry. They have tons of experience in the Bitcoin community. They have a good amount of access to money and no billionaires and And yet you look at it, it's just like the basic scenarios, they just didn't listen to anybody telling them from outside the echo chamber. They just doubled down over and over and over again on goalpost moving and on their narratives like game theory, the nodes will force the miners to do it. And if they don't, well, we're kind of screwed and we don't have a plan. And then it's just like you said about the cliff, Mathieu, it's just walking towards the edge of the cliff. Guys, you're going to walk over the cliff. Okay, you fell over the cliff. Okay, you crashed on the rocks at the bottom. Like, was that it? Really? I don't know. Anyway, it just goes to show you that competence is really not measurable by clout, because they've got plenty of clout, plenty of reach, thousands and thousands of BIP110 node runners. The only saving grace for them is that they probably didn't lose much money, like because they never put their money where their mouth was in the first place. Like they did not. There's no BIP110 coins listed on exchanges for them to dump all their coins and buy BIP110 and all that. Like that didn't happen. They still have their BTC stacks. BTC is largely unaffected. They can just rage quit and sell their stack or just hodl. Fine. So ultimately, their wallets just went where their mouth was.
Yeah, it's wild to see. Even with our latest kind of fork war with Omri versus BCHN, even on those two sides, there was much more technical acumen than these two sides. Like the brain drain is it's wild.
I mean, it's not just tech. Yeah, tech. It's like commitment, like being serious. These guys, they spend all days uploading these 45-minute rants on YouTube, blah, 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 all this stuff. And it's like, okay, well, that's just noise at the end of the day. I've come up with this term. I really like it. I hope it catches on. Proof of wallet. It's like you've got proof of work and proof of wallet. If you won't bet on a prediction market, you won't bet on a futures market, you won't buy, the coins on your BIP110 chain, or sell your BTC It's just your proof of wallet isn't there. And ultimately that's what everybody could see. And that's how everyone was pretty confident it would play out exactly as it did.
Yeah, so I didn't even realize that there's no futures market at all. It's kind of wild. No one, that just goes to prove no one was really taking it serious. No one is really going to put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, because they don't want to face the L, right? If they would have to face like a $30 Bitcoin coming from, I don't know, from 100K, or maybe it's like $100, but still the discount would be so steep.
They wouldn't get 100. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
They wouldn't support that. Like, you got to think BCH is, you know, what is it? $210. And that's with 10 years of solid development, proof of work, Lindy, and having absorbed the dump of whatever, you know, 6 million coins or more, right? At the time. Now, also at the time that BCH split, there was only like 16 or 17 million coins in circulation, maybe less, maybe 15 or 16 million coins. Like, it's now more than 90% mined. If you split at this point, you're taking, like with a minority, you're taking a nearly like 80 or 90% of the supply can be dumping on you. Like, there's just no coming back from that.
Yeah. Mateo, how are you feeling about this round of upgrades? 1 minute blocks? You'd rather see a VM sort of tweak? What are you thinking? We were talking about that right before you hopped on, so I was curious to hear.
Yeah, let's hear Mathieu and Jerry. I want to hear a 1 minute blocks take from each of you.
Did I say your name right? How do you say your name?
Yeah, it's right.
Mateo?
It's Mathieu, but in English it's often called Matthew.
Mathieu, is that French?
Yeah, it's a French name.
It's French, okay. Can you speak French?
I'm from the Dutch part, but I speak a little French, but it's not fluent.
Yeah, okay.
But so for the upgrades, yeah, I support 1 minute blocks, but I don't think it will happen in the lock-in in November. I think it's also important that we don't rush it, because it is like a security sensitive like thing to touch, and like I don't think the code is really ready even. But anything else? I would like to see more work on UTXO commitments and on experimentation on what we could do, even how we could solve the initial block download even without UTXO commitments. Because you can do like zero knowledge proofs in a way that you can do snapshots, but usually snapshots for a fast sync are trusted. But you could do them now, I think, with zero knowledge proofs in a trustless or trust minimized way. So yeah, I would love to see that being exploited more. And I don't even think that needs to touch consensus. Yeah, those would be
just the nodes.
Yeah, and even just one minority node could add it, like Knut or I don't know, or like BCHD. So yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, and I think also on the tooling front, now that we have all this powerful VM, we on Cash3.0, of course, are working on our release for the version 0.14, which has the functions stuff. People have already been using it as a beta release. The up next version is how we call it. But also the formal verifiability is becoming a more important topic, because people just vibe code all the things, right? And so you do want to make correctness claims about your implementation, especially if you're doing cryptography or smart contracts touch money. So you want to be able to say, for example, that one security area in cash tokens is that you don't leak, for example, a minting NFT capability, because then anyone can impersonate, for example, loans. And so that's one area where you want to prove that this behavior, this class of exploit, does not exist. So I think on the tooling front, we will see a lot more research and development in this area of formal verifiability, both related to Cash3.0, but maybe also just directly on the opcodes. And these are things like Z3, that was already used by AnyHedge, so they did some interesting work on this. But then also Lean. Lean is also something that Torik used for his shielded pool. So it's actually very interesting, I think, that at least as far as I understand, that he's using some of these formal methods. And then that's also why I brought up earlier that it's pretty wild to me that Zcash was able to formally prove the soundness of their new privacy pool, like the new the new thing they're migrating to. So you can prove that it doesn't have any, as long as, of course, you still have to set up the proving system correctly. But like this is, I think, an important step for the future of crypto. We want trust minimization, or like preferably no trust, make it easy to verify. And these formal methods make it super easy. And with AI, like people just vibe code things, but then at least you have a way to check formally that the implementation is correct, and they cannot be, in Zcash's case, inflation bugs, but in our case, it would be contract exploits, like leaking your minting capability or people being able to steal money. So yeah, that's on my mind.
Yeah, it seems like the AI is helping pinpoint exactly where the tweaks are needed now in the VM, like some of the work that you're doing, like the like fitting the proofs into like a smaller and smaller transaction. I read your whole write-up on it. It's really interesting to me that it seems like we're kind of at the threshold now where, you know, AI is really becoming more prominent in that way, where it's even helping find the pitfalls of like where we need to tweak things.
Yeah, so an interesting thing that the verifier.cash showed is usually people optimize for byte size. So how big is your executable or something? How big is the file to download? But yeah, we want to optimize for a combination of the size, because you pay fees on size, but we also have the compute limits in the VM. So you kind of want to optimize for compute usage. But specifically the compute usage related to our virtual machine and how it calculates the op cost. And yeah, that's novel. So also the optimizations you did with the verifier depend on this metric. So the first verifier was, we had two implementations. One was super big, but was valid within the VM. So you could split it up. I think the first version had 125 inputs, but then if you did the 125 inputs, initially they were chained in the transaction, so there were not even 125 inputs in one transaction. It would be 125 transactions. Then you could do one verifier, and we optimized it very heavily. Both Callisti and Toric participated with AI, and the results are very impressive because now you can do it with 7 inputs in one transaction. And the reason is because you don't do all the compute on chain. Sometimes you can pre-compute some results and you can cheaper verify it on chain. So then you do more computation work off chain, but you don't measure up cost for that work, and then you do the cheap check on chain. And so there were a bunch of things in the verifier setup where you would use this construction, that you move compute off chain so you can do easy verification. And so that's also part of why the size went from this super large transaction to only 7 inputs and being able to do it in a standard transaction. So really, Toric deserves a lot of credit. He's like pioneering all these he was using all the models. More AI models have participated than people. So I think there was Grok, there was GPT, both Sol and Terra, there was Opus and Fable participated. I think also Kimi was tried, but I'm not sure. And I think also a version of Gemini was tried. But at least there's more more different AI models being involved in this optimization than there were people. So I thought that was an interesting aspect of this.
I want to get Jerry's take on 1 minute blocks and the upgrade. Where are you at on that, Jerry?
I'm kind of I guess more neutral, neither really in favor nor against. Reasoning, quite honestly, just boils down to, if we do have a lot more on-chain activity, let's say, people are DEX trading on Cauldron and whatnot, 1 minute block isn't necessarily going to solve some of the issues about, like competing UTXOs and who's actually going to be able to swap and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, like it looks nice on paper, it's like, oh yeah, faster blocks, but this is one of the reasons why I asked the question to Callan during the Bliss conference, is that, like there's 2 methods, right? There you can reduce your block size super, super low, or you could just make zero conf super, super reliable, right? And the end results, should be, fairly the same. So I know Callan was, mentioning there's a lot of other, like apps. I think he mentioned Fulcrum potentially as one of them. That basically just has the 10 minutes hard-coded or whatnot, right? But yeah, I think like, with AI, it should be easier to transfer. but quite honestly, I don't think it will make that much of an impact. Like, I don't see, like a lot more people using Bitcoin Cash because the block time is, lower down, right? Especially when the zero conf are fairly reliable at this point. But it's not like it's a bad thing, right? If we can actually reduce some of the variance on the miners, get it to be more reliable. I think also Callum mentioned like solo mining, which is it's cool, right? Get more of that kind of stuff going on. But yeah, no, I don't think it will tangibly change much of the user experience. People trying to interact with all this kind of stuff that we're working with, right? Yeah, so that's my take on the block time. In terms of the other stuff, like I know someone else brought up, I think it was like a SIG hash change or something like that. I haven't looked into it myself too much, unfortunately, so I'll just stay on that part. Just a little bit on the EC math operations that I also proposed. Yeah, I think this year probably would be a good candidate year to just take a break on the actual network improvements. Really drive home like where get more of the R&D done, right? Because like Turek and these guys, they're working on the zero knowledge proofs. If it doesn't need the upgrades, then we don't need to upgrade, right? We just do them, we just implement them. Yeah, so I think like maybe with a bit more people, with a bit more like insight from like others who have a bit more experience in the space, especially the zero knowledge stuff. Yeah, I think like we can take it like a bit more cautious, a bit more like prudent approach to it, right? The last thing, quite honestly, is that it is August already, so getting some sort of consensus, getting the implementation done, all the testing, it would be kind of like a rush job at this point in my view. Right? So that's why I'm a little hesitant. Like the features and functionalities look good. It's just that like haven't really seen all that much demand or a viable path to seeing like, oh, with these kinds of changes and whatnot, we can foresee a lot more people interested or that kind of stuff at this point. So yeah, that's my take overall.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, I'm totally on. I'm totally okay if it ends up being a no upgrade year, and we did actually talk about that. It is a good one for it with AI already kind of sort of is a bit of a pseudo upgrade, and with the VM in a good spot, like people are not held back there. And in a year from now, who knows how things will be? I do think it will be. I feel, I mean, I personally am in favor of the upgrade, and also I feel like we will potentially come to regret it if by this time next year everyone will be like, wait, so we can't get an upgrade through until live like May 2028. That is an eon of time with no upgrade. And potentially then if several upgrades then stack up onto that one, then that might end up being like a mega upgrade, which is fine if a few more things build up in the pipeline. But anyway, if we no op for 1 year and just focus on building out the ecosystem, I can see that. Callan, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? Can't hear you.
It's not muted either, so I think it's a mic issue.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
Oh yeah, I don't even see. Okay, so I see
Check
what
your
mic
audio
you're trying
input.
to use, but I see no volume input.
Okay. All right, 1 second.
It needs 1 minute, yeah. 1 second maybe.
Needs a 1 minute block. I mean, yeah.
So another thing came to my mind because you were asking about the upgrades, and I totally forgot, but I did put on the research forum that there are some still trying to close this gap between standardness and relay, or like, yeah, a consensus and relay policy. And because this is also what all the ordinals and BIP110 drama was about to some extent. And so, yeah, I commented on some of these research threads where I think we can relax the relay limits a bit so they're aligned with consensus. So that was one thing that I would kind of like to see, just because I don't like this distinction. So that's, for example, the maximum size of a transaction is different between relay and consensus. So yeah, I just want to mention that.
Well, but is that going to be ready for this year? No, right? So like,
Well, it's kind of low risk. It's kind of low risk because you don't change consensus. It's really a parameter, and you still want to coordinate it. But
yes,
like I haven't written up a chip, so in that sense, it's not ready. But if it probably doesn't need like a whole fancy, like it would be a basic document either way. Just like, oh, we make this thing that's consensus, we keep it consensus, but we lower the relay limit in BCHN and other implementations.
Maybe. I mean, yeah.
Callan's going to tell us about his new AI setup.
I don't know.
Well, I want to hear his take on the
me too,
on the BIP110 as well as the 1 minute blocks and stuff, because he's also seen, he's done his time in the trenches in terms of chain splits and all that. So I'm sure he would have a view on that. So I'm just checking again. Nothing.
Do you see this tweet from Luke?
Has he put out another one? Has he?
Yeah, I'm sharing it now. PSA:
If you haven't upgraded to knots, you are now vulnerable to double spending attacks. Upgrade ASAP. So they've lost, and he's trying to shove even more lemmings off the cliff. Wow. Take a needed break, Luke. Take your family out for ice cream or something. Decentro. That's probably the right take there. Just give over already. It felt, yeah. That, like, it's crazy that he's like the general, and they just followed a mad general into battle. And it all worked out fully.
Can you guys
here
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Dude,
we can
it's
hear you
stupid
now.
Mac OS. You gotta like quit fucking. You gotta quit the app to get a microphone access. Like, what? Are you kidding me? It's 2026. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, yeah. It's just because this is a new laptop and like it didn't have everything set up. Yeah, sorry. So what's going on with the Nazis?
They're done, dude. They're cooked. They got the one block.
They got the one block.
They got the one block. They're exactly just enough for it to be like memeable that they can get dunked. They got a second block.
Oh yeah. They got a second one now. Wow.
They're still going.
What is the difficulty adjustment? Do they have to make 2016 blocks now?
Yes.
At $180,000 a block?
Yes.
That's a lot of blocks.
That's a lot of blocks.
Yeah, but it was.
That's like $200 million, man.
Yeah, but it was kind of interesting because the first Bitcoin Core chain found a block, but then the BIP110 found a block, so they were tied initially. So that was so then they could still wipe out. Yeah. So everyone was getting excited.
Oh, so some core nodes accepting their blocks because they're like a soft fork kind of, or they're
yeah. So the wipeout could have been the case if they would have been the second BIP110 block right away, but it took way too long. So.
Yeah, but anyway, probably some core nodes followed their chain for a little while, right? Even when they were tied because they saw the block first, or no, the core block.
Probably not.
Yeah, the core block came first by a few minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But they're so. Anyway, I'm amazed that if they've got a second block, like because people mining on, like you said, Callan, the more they throw into it now, it's money into a pit. Like that money's never coming back. They don't have any exchange listings.
They're not even listed, and it's like the difficulty is the same as it was yesterday.
Yes,
it's insane.
Yes.
You would think they would do like an emergency, just let's just do like 10% the difficulty one time. That's insane. I don't know. That's just throwing good money away. Like I don't know. They're probably doing it because they think it gives them legitimacy to not mess with the DAA, but because they can claim to be the real Bitcoin, like. That's insane. I don't know.
They could try to do something similar to BSB, right? Like just do like those deep rewards, hundreds of blocks deep, right? Because I think they haven't changed any of the consensus rules, so they are technically open to that if they can get their difficulty adjustment done.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you mean? Oh, if they reduce their own difficulty, they can get reorged more easily. You're saying? Yeah, because they don't have any. They got rid of rolling checkpoints now, completely. Well, no, they don't have rolling checkpoints, but they used to have checkpoints that were hard coded. They got rid of those. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can get a deep reorg. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these.
Who knows what's actually going to happen?
A lot of these bad decisions come from the fact that they don't want to accept that they're a minority, right? If they would have concluded from a few months ago, oh, we're a minority, we won't be able to impose our will upon everyone in Bitcoin. and they would just have made peace with that, then they wouldn't have gone this approach.
Look at yourself honestly, accept what's going on. And what I'm curious is, did they reach out to these pools? Like I see that there's other, there's like Foundry Pool, Ant Pool, whatever, the big pools. I guess none of them really care. Like they don't want to rock the boat. Or do you guys know what's going on with that? Like the pools, were they contacted? Were they? I don't even know.
I'm not linked up, but I mean, this is all orchestrated by General Nutjob Luke, and
General Junior,
and exactly, and Mechanic, who is just like game theory. Like he's not wrong exactly, but it's just kind of like missing several large chunks of the. It's like he's got like about 3 pieces out of the 50-piece jigsaw puzzle, and it's like, well, those are in the right place, but like there's a lot of context that you're missing. So I don't know that they did the best job of building miner interest to begin with. They just got wrecked by the whole, what they call the industry, what they call big Bitcoin, ironically, and they feel slighted because back in the day they gloriously stopped Coinbase from evilly taking over, and this time they've failed to. So that's how they see it.
Oh, what's the Coinbase legend? Was that with Bitcoin Cash or something?
Well, that's right.
They origin myth.
The evil big Bitcoin.com and Barry Silbert, who I don't know why they think he was a big deal, but anyway, they think that, and then Bitcoin.com and Coinbase, we stopped all of them, and then this time they were trying to stop David Bailey and Taproot Wizards and the spammers, but
is that the narrative? Oh, I didn't even realize. I guess that makes sense. You've been paying a lot more attention to this. Anyway, both chains are kind of compromised. It's just like you got the guy that made SegWit, the guy, you got the core guy, like one of the founders of Blockstream, was like, oh, he's acting like the rebel, like he forked off. It's like it's like you control both sides. It's like what they do with the Democrats and Republicans here in the U.S. Like it's like a false. It's like the WWE wrestling. It's like all fake. I don't know. That's the way I see it. Like I really don't see this as a legitimate like rebel chain, and just from what I'm watching in a cursory manner, because the squabble that they're having is just not. It's not like fundamental. Like fundamentally, you guys need to scale, man. You guys need more network effect. You guys need to have this used for payments. Like you guys have such an opportunity to fire the bankers. Like this is like I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just. I mean, we all agree here. You know my stance on it.
So now that they've got 2 blocks on Ocean, we're going to go around the room. Everybody pick a number. How many Ocean blocks before they either give up or they do a proof of work change or a difficulty adjustment? We're at 2, and they just got another legacy block, right? So they are fucking cooked. It is done. But how many 200 grand? Like how many times are they going to light 200 grand on fire? For the sake of their pride or their stubbornness.
I don't think they'll make it to $400 million, which is what they would need for the next difficulty adjustment.
So how many? I could see one more. I could see 3 blocks. At 5, it's really pushing it.
Well, it depends on how. I've seen rich people throw a lot of money at stupid shit like this. So how rich is who's is it really basically Bitcoin Mechanic? He's burning.
That's the thing is they don't have much money. Mechanic's an employee at Ocean.
Oh, he's an employee. I thought he ran. I thought he was like a mogul. I thought he ran shit.
No. Luke lost his 200 BTC getting hacked or whatever, and then didn't update his server afterwards anyway. Jack Dorsey was funding Ocean.
Oh,
so
Jack
maybe
Dorsey.
He's in the mix, but he's been pretty silent. I haven't heard him.
But he might be a Mr. Moneybags in the back, because Jack Dorsey, isn't he filthy rich? Isn't he like a billionaire?
Yeah. So how many how many bullets are they going to shoot here? How many 200 mil before he realizes it's over?
I mean, I've seen billionaires do ridiculous shit before. I mean, we've seen it even in the public sphere. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. What's Jack Dorsey's net worth? Can anyone Google that? Let me look at it real quick. Jack Dorsey.
I'm guessing 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
I would even be surprised if they get another one. Like if I was, but yeah, I'm
Matthew's
not there.
Taking two and done.
Yeah, like turn off the miners. We call
Give it up, guys. Pack it in.
Pack it in. Everyone's saying rip on X. You might as well.
I mean, when they found one, that was to be expected. But now that they have 2, if they get to 3, because the thing is, like the sort of the sunk cost fallacy kicks in, right? And especially if they've got like a Moneybags guy in the back paying for it, like if they got Jack Dorsey paying for it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it to like more blocks than you would imagine, like 20.
I can see that
because they got to two. Two is the hardest one.
That's right, because they have to hit. They would need to hit 100 to cash a Coinbase reward, but even then, there's no market for it, so they can't. There's nobody to sell the coins to. It's done. So
yeah, true.
Are there any transactions going on this chain? Like somebody...
You can imagine exchanges love new coins. They love this kind of shit. It's just more business for them. I mean, you can imagine some exchange offering the coin for trade.
No, but if the exchange lists it, who's going to be on the bid side? Like 4,000 broke plebs.
Like, haven't we seen this with so many coins? Like there always is somebody on the bid side. I don't know. I mean, you can see it having some market value. I mean, it's probably not going to be $60,000. It'll probably. I'd be surprised.
I'd be surprised if it was $6, basically.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, well, maybe they will do the 100 blocks, but yeah, that seems like a very expensive, strategy. If you make that decision to go
That's
to
$20 million to get there.
So
you can sell your.
Yeah, so I just did a quick Google whatever AI model they use. So given the current hash rate that they have, if they're the only ones mining on whatever, then they're currently expected to produce only 5.3 blocks a day. So they're not getting anywhere near close the difficulty adjustment anytime soon.
Yeah, did they start this fork right at like where are they in that window? Are they towards the end of it at least?
That's a good question.
If they, if they're 10 more blocks to the AA retarget, then that can help them, right?
No, I think there's about like 2,000 or so.
Oh, did they start this fork at the beginning of a window? Because that's usually
it started. Yeah, they start. Yeah. It's the signal period lines up with it. Well,
why?
That's the
so
question
dumb.
with everything.
Yeah, that's so ridiculously dumb. Oh my god. Yeah, because that's the tradition. That's how they've done these things before. It's always at the beginning of one of these windows.
Yeah,
that's all the upgrades
You're right.
have done.
That was a good
they
question.
Just did it
actually,
for legitimacy.
Right.
Like it's like we're legitimate. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, that was a good question. But yeah, it is the start of the window, so they've maximally screwed themselves there too. Jet, how many blocks? Take a guess. Callan's gone for 20. Mathieu is going. We need a prediction market. Clownwindow.com. We got Mathieu's going for 2.
There might be one on Kalshi already or on Polymarket. Let me just check. There might be one at some point. Or it might pop up.
I think it's difficult because like at this point, like they can't reorg. Right, 7 blocks ahead is nuts. So I don't know. I could I think it. How much did you say Jack Dorsey was worth?
5.9 billion according to the Google.
5.9 billion.
Yeah.
Okay.
This be like 7%
He's got
of his
plenty
net
of
worth.
money.
This is like his sales tax on his net worth if he does the whole 2,000 block series.
I was gonna say like 4 blocks or something, but with that kind of war chest, I don't know anymore.
Oh, is Jack Dorsey on the side of BIP110?
Yeah.
He's in it. He's the money behind Ocean. Nobody knows what side, or at least I don't know. I've not seen any commentary from anybody about what he is sort of backing, but it's possible. I mean, if he was out there being like, no, BIP110, we're saving Bitcoin, I could see him burning 7% to get it through to a difficulty adjustment, and then they become Bcash Jr. or what's it called, B-Dash Jr. I could see that.
B-Dash.
But they
it's pretty funny actually. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I don't know. So yeah, do you want to take a stab, Jet? I'm trying to come up with what my number is. And Jerry,
Yeah.
you gotta pick one as well.
I want to say 4 blocks because then it rounds down to like they got the first one and then they blow $1 million and then they go whoops and figure something out from there. With that, yeah. How do like?
I can easily see one more. I can see us being here in 10 minutes, another block arise. I can see that. I can see 3 blocks. I can see 4 blocks. I can see 5 blocks. After that, I feel like, look, the Twitter, like it's just second by second, their morale is just decaying. And whoever is sitting there watching the money go up in flames.
Well, I mean, people on the Fork Talk Telegram group is already roasting everyone, so everyone in there is having a good time laughing at the release. But yeah, so I'll just say, like, I think maybe 5 blocks, maybe just like one day. They'll just keep it running for one day, and then they'll be like, there's no way we can get our money back. We have to quit right now. So yeah.
Okay, I agree with you, Jerry. I'm going 5 blocks. I think the same. I think whoever it is, they can burn money for a day, and in 24 hours, it'll be so unbelievably like the world will have changed by that point. You know, there's no coming back from that. And then we got to hear about their proof of work. Then that's it. Do they just give up? Do they just shut off the miners and pack it in and then rage quit Bitcoin, or are they gonna come back with a guys, we're gonna do a proof of work change and fire the miners? Do you think there's enough impetus for that, Callan?
I think I can see Luke Jr. justifying that, rationalizing it. Yeah. So, I mean, they can't. Yeah, they're probably gonna do that. I would say that's more likely that they would just change the proof of work and be like, "This is our chain now, and the fake Bitcoin is fake. It's an attack on Bitcoin, and that whole thing." And we had to do this because of I mean, I could see him rationalize. He can rationalize anything. He can rationalize eating cats or whatever. I mean, like that guy's a master. He reminds me of like these old communists, like in the Politburo and like the Soviet Union. Like you just make, you can make an argument for anything. So, if anyone ever seen the movie The Death of Stalin, they were doing that in the movie. It's a good rendition of that. So yeah, I would say yes. He's gonna eventually have to do that because I don't think. I mean, it doesn't make sense to burn $400 million. We don't have to.
But how many people? Well, then that's what I'm, kind of getting at a little bit is the longer this goes on. Like there was Luke Jr. and those guys, Hodler, Mechanic, Crowder, Chris Guida, right? They're like the whatever they're called, the second tier advisors, and then you have the whole plebs, the pleb base, right? But that pleb base is disintegrating every second this goes on. No comms. What are we doing? People getting dispirited. It's the same as after you lose an election, and you're just the losing team are just kind of like.
Well, did they tell themselves that they're going to win like from the first day? Like that was the expectation they had?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's why they don't have any plan. That's why now it's just suddenly like, oh shit, we didn't expect that.
Fuck. Are they that like? I mean, this makes sense, man.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Are you sure? Because the thing is, I'm not really following it because I find it so silly.
Well, let me explain it to you like this.
I can guarantee you, Callan, it is that and worse. Much, much worse.
Callan, Mechanic in his most recent videos has been saying there is an 80 to 85% chance that all the miners capitulate and they are the one true Bitcoin. And for the 15 to 20% chance that that doesn't happen, he just said, we'll figure it out if it happens. Dunno.
So the only thing that makes sense on a human level, based on my own intuition, which is just throwing a theory out there, like it doesn't even, it's probably not even true, but they figure this is the behavior of like children, kind of, right? So why would adults behave like children, intelligent adults that are otherwise responsible? Because they feel like they have a parent above them, somebody. They probably have some money bags guy that doesn't know what's going on, and like they're just gonna come, probably Jack Dorsey. They're gonna come to him and be like, "Hey, it didn't work out, but we need more money, and this is our strategy now." And
looks to me
because
like
in the back of your mind, you don't act like a child unless you can, unless you know somebody. You have to act like an adult. So yeah, I'm sorry, I cut you off. What were you saying?
No, I cut you off, but it looks to me like they released an emergency upgrade.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I've already done it.
Yeah, I mean, $400,000 is a lot of money, man. That's not what we're not talking about.
On the main chain.
So the upgrade is what? The DAA difficulty drop?
I don't know what the fuck this is.
Yeah, no, it's gotta be. All right, so I was wrong. You guys were right. It was more like 2 blocks or 3.
Yeah, in the comments, the main chain is not the longest one because it is the one that has the corruption caused by core ?
Yeah, they don't. It's just so he's put out a block, like he's put out one that has just checkpointed them onto the 2 block chain, and they're just gonna keep going down in flames, and then later rejig things with the proof of work change.
Oh, okay. Wait. So they didn't change the DA. It's just checkpointed. That's all the upgrade is.
Well, we don't know. The only update we have is Luke Dasher 29.4 will correct the corruption caused by core.
Is it GitHub.com? Where do I go? Knots.
I don't know.
Let me look. I can read the code real quick.
And then 12 minutes ago, BIP110 has not failed at all. Luke Dash Jr.
Oh god, it's just sad at this point. It is sad at this point. One thing I wanted to touch on as well, Just quickly. Also, Callum, we got to get your take on 1 minute blocks, but we'll do that afterwards.
Okay.
Was just for everybody who has not been following in insane detail, all of this chaos around the split has been happening in the background of cold card wallets getting drained. So there was a bug found in the cold card hardware wallets that were pushed heavily by the BTC influencer network. And it's something, I don't know what it is. It's like $120 million of BTC, like over $1,000 BTC has been lost and drained to this with essentially no prospects of recovery. The attack has a number of weird features. Firstly, that people were kind of digging into the CEO of Cold Card, who is essentially known to be a giant asshole, and has spent a lot of time attacking other companies for having insecure hardware wallets or, talking a lot of shit. But then, of course, he was the one who's had the catastrophic meltdown. But regardless, there seems to be some evidence that perhaps this was an orchestrated inside job. It also is kind of odd timing that it would come up.
Really?
Well, because it would be a pretty good attack if you put in a bug in the RNG generation that you knew about, sort of similar to Taproot, right? You put in a bug in the RNG generation, shilled all these guys on the hardware wallets. They all bought it to Virtue Signal, all put all of their coins on it, and then you just drain them all and you've defunded the entire hardcore BTC community, right?
I mean, definitely. If you're a sociopath, yeah. I mean, that is a strategy.
Right.
Yeah. But, but what's the evidence, or what is it? Just sort of their behavior is quite fishy?
I mean, you would need to dig into it. I'm not, I've been following this casually. I haven't done all the
details. Yeah,
but
I think the strongest framing that I've seen, not from the malicious hack, but from what was clearly already a red flag, is they used to be based on Trezor, and Trezor has Trezor hardware wallet, and that is like good open source standard. But then at some point they flipped the license of the software, so it was still source available but no longer open source. But to flip the license for the software that they didn't even write themselves, they had to change some of the code, and so they also touched the RNG generation, and then they introduced the bug. And as I understand it, was because there was like a overlapping naming in like a Python code or something, and it used the RNG that wasn't. It was like didn't use the RNG from the hardware device itself, but like it just used an ID and a timestamp. So yeah, this is why you could easily check for collisions, because you can just brute force it. It doesn't have enough entropy because it's just a timestamp. It doesn't use the secure element.
Just run through all the seconds that you would think would have been used. And you could do that on one machine probably. Yeah, you got to index the blockchain kind of, and then you could do that if you have an index of all addresses. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, anybody who's interested can go digging into this conspiracy theory. But one piece of evidence there's a lot of suspicious elements here with this guy NVK, with how the cold cards were pushed, etc. But also that the attacker has consolidated all of their funds into one address, just to be like, here's all the money, gotcha. Like. They just drained all these separate wallets. They could have kept them all split up, and then, of course, if you were going to try and money launder them and filter them out, you wouldn't just put them all in one address and just build up a huge stack to like show it off. So that seems pretty weird.
Yeah, true.
Imagine he puts it all on a vulnerable cold card address.
Or he puts it on Ledger and they also have a bug.
And so.
Karma.
But this has been a huge thing, because it's like not the biggest crypto hack ever in terms of like, it's quite a small-ish one in terms of the amount of money lost. But the reason it's a huge deal is because it's hit all of the people who were sold on all these narratives and ineffective cold storage solutions and hodling in the BTC camp. So like the amount of money lost was not that big, but the distribution is hitting heavily on the guys who bought into all the same nonsense that we always frequently highlight. And so, I mean, that's a bit of a incidental W for us, because it means they're going to be more busy being defunded and sorting themselves out than worrying about us. But what I want to say is that for the BCH community, this is really like we have to be taking all this stuff, very, very seriously in terms of AI scanning all our wallet software and all that stuff. So this has prompted a huge effort from the BTC community, and they've turned up tons of other bugs and blah, 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 whatever else to make sure, that this is just the one incident. In the background of all that, while they've been doing that, which they've been doing a good job of, to be fair, they've also had all kinds of other chaos. They've had the BIP110 stuff, and even further than that, they've had Bolts, which is part of their Lightning Network, whatever, shut down. Zeus Wallet had to go offline because of cybersecurity attacks. Ocean and Start9 were closing all their BIP channels. BTC Pay Server, a vulnerability was also found in that, and they were getting drained. So like the amount of just money and like the cold card thing is already huge on its own. Then you have all this other stuff has been going on as well too. And then finally, you also have the BIP110 fork happening at the same time. So it's just been absolute pandemonium for the BTC community. And just to say, like, BCH is not immune to any of this necessarily. Obviously, we have a different stack. Like, hopefully people have been doing, a good job of protecting ourselves from vulnerabilities. But we don't want to be overconfident that this kind of thing couldn't happen to us, and being smaller or obscure is no defense,
Bugs can happen, man. Yeah, vulnerabilities can be there. Yeah. I mean, we're the advantage of us is we're not quite as big, right? So there isn't as much surface area for the random entropy of the universe to infiltrate. But one of the advantages is we're a smaller community, but and so there's less software, there's less lines of code, there's less money. There's no cold.
There's also less to. Well, that's right. There's also less resources for us to, scan everything and white hat, like fix any problem. So it does cut both ways,
Yeah, although we've been getting contacted by like white hat people that use AI. They've contacted the Bitcoin Cash Node project. So far, nothing super relevant, but it's been good to see. Like some of the stuff was like, oh, let me take a look at this. Okay. Oh, I can see why the AI thought that, but it's actually not an issue. But thanks for contacting us. I mean, they've been scanning us too. We've gotten contacted a few times already at BCHN at our security email.
Amazing.
So I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, I actually I'm happy that's happening in some way, because it means that I don't know. I mean, so far they haven't found anything. But the fact that they're doing it, I think they're doing it for all crypto, probably just all the top 20 or top 100, because they figure if they find one juicy vulnerability, there's a reward, and I don't know. Yeah. So.
Well, it's good to hear that there's some already, we're getting some efforts, but I think the BCH community itself needs to just be very aware of this, and we need to start some these BTC guys, they've got what they call red team, and they've got, whatever, they're scanning like hundreds of these repos, all this stuff. But just now we're in a world where this is not just a one and done. Like, it's just now the standard is we have to have a permanent like AI cybersecurity team on all our main projects and stuff, right?
Well, ideally some of the maintainers run scans themselves, right? And also, I don't think if you have this red teaming, and I saw they were recruiting people left and right, and they just ask the AI, oh, can you find vulnerabilities? Then it also gives a bunch, as Kellen said, a bunch of false positives.
Yeah, you still need an engineer there. Sometimes they can find stuff that's interesting, though. You still need an engineer there to sift through it. But I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I did some hardening on cache nice also, which I was glad I could improve on. But so it definitely turns up useful things. But yeah, I think it's also ideal that if something is actively maintained, that at least one person on the team already, or one of the users already checked. Because if you only have adversarial attacks or prompts from people who don't know the code base, then you have a lot of false positives, or just
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, no, for us, Dagger and BCH and Dagger is the AI mastermind. He knows how to, he's the AI whisperer. He started at the code base. Yeah. Having someone in house to be proactive is definitely a very good thing. I agree with you. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I think as an ecosystem, we should be smart, because, like you say, Matthew, of course, everybody can just one by one look at their own projects, and like that's great. but also we should try and make sure there's some sort of ecosystem coverage for several reasons. Firstly, because, you know, projects can cross-check each other, which would be good. And secondly, as well, because then new projects that come into the scene, they aren't necessarily going to have that expertise or the resources or whatever. So that's like, we can provide them an umbrella maybe and be like, oh, you're getting started in BCH. You look like a good project, you know, obviously, let's help you out with that.
I agree. There's two things that I found interesting from their initiative, at least as far as I understood. One was that they used the new Kimi model, because some of the other flags a lot of things with cybersecurity, because probably the AI can tell if you always work on the same code base with AI and then you ask for a security audit or something, that you're the developer. But if you're asking for a bunch of random repos, then you might as well be an attacker, right? The AI doesn't know you're red teaming as a white hat hacker. So a lot of times you would get flagged, I think, by Fable or by whether you use Cloud or GPT, you get flagged and you cannot use the model for your cybersecurity test, or you get downranked to some dumb model. So I think they used Kimi K3, so the Chinese model, so they could do unrestricted cybersecurity testing. So the model allows for more relaxed safeguards. But then the next bottleneck becomes who funds the tokens, right? Because it's not free to use this AI infrastructure, and often you get heavily subsidized if you use like an account with a subscription. But if you use a paper token for these Chinese clouds, or like cloud AI providers, then you need a bunch of money or someone who can pay for the tokens. So then I think if we would create such an initiative on BCH, we would need funding for the tokens, or someone like donate tokens kind of concept. You don't necessarily need Flipstarter, but you need like a budget for people to like, I don't want to use my money to pay tens of thousands of euros necessarily or dollars to audit all the wallets in the BCH ecosystem. But if the BCH community says, oh, we want to AI audit all the wallets, but we don't know how to write a prompt or something, then if the tokens are paid for, then it's much easier to find expertise to just go back and forth about the vulnerabilities being found.
I looked into what it would cost to host Kimi K3 for work stuff.
Self-host, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it's viable at all.
You need a minimum of 8 H100s, which is multiple thousands of dollars a day, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Self-hosting Kimi K3 is not possible. You can host some of the
and that's just for one instance, right? So like, you know, if two people are trying to hit it at the same time, all of a sudden your LLM is going to throttle to bullshit. Like, yeah, to have something like widely available for people to that level, it would cost so much. And I'm really interested to see what happens when the AI subsidies burst, like, because people are going to get wrecked.
Well, but reversely, maybe now then is the best time to do such a thing if they're heavily subsidized, right? Like, I'm not sure about Kimi specifically, but I do think you can get a lot more use out of the AI for now than rather if you would have to pay the API prices. So you can also really leverage that as an unfair advantage. So that goes both ways.
Yay, socialism.
Well, no, it's a company subsidizing extra adoption to get their growth curve, right? A lot of even
but then on the end they get like, well, in the US they get a lot of federal help. Like anyway.
Okay.
All right, Callan, I want to hear from you about 1 minute blocks, and then maybe let's kind of move to wrap up the stream. We've done 3.5 hours. Show's over. I'm glad we got it all on tape, and of course everybody can check in on. There seems like there were several other streams. There was a Knots stream. There's one from Tone Vase that we were listening into a little bit there. There's one from StuTXO on Twitter. So if anybody wants to hear the many and varied, that Knot stream is going to be interesting to watch back at like 2x speed as they slowly discover the disaster unfolding. But anyway, I think we've covered most of what we needed to cover for tonight. But let's hear your thoughts. 1 minute blocks or an upgrade, and maybe a no-op year this year. What do you feel like?
Well, so the code is there. It's 95% there. It was a huge code change. It was like pulling the pin on a frag grenade. in the code base. Like it touches so much, and because everything was sort of assuming height is like this magical value. You just look at height, but you now have to create an abstraction layer where it's like ticks, and a lot of the stuff just talks about height, like everywhere. So it's a huge code change, and that makes me nervous. And it's been already it's already like August. Yeah, I don't know. The one thing left to do is there's like extra logic that goes into end lock time for transactions, and that needs to be abstracted out to the tick stuff, and then I guess the next step is just fire it up on ChipNet or on a fork ChipNet. You know, a couple of nodes. That's basically, you know, we'll take it from there. Like I don't really know what else to say.
Okay, that's interesting. I was spreading misinformation. I didn't realize it was 95% of the way there.
It is, but the thing is, it's just completely unreviewed code. I mean, I'm very careful. Like when I'll work on something, you know, like, you know, I'll be very, very thorough in everything I'm changing, especially if I'm committing it, even to my own branch.
But you don't want you don't want to activate the domain necessarily if nobody.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of risk here. That's like just like I feel rushed, which is maybe why yesterday I came in and was like, I don't know if it'll be ready for 2027. That's the only thing. But I would like to see it deployed because it's sort of. I started to get this morning. I got up. I was like, hey, like if this activated, I would probably seriously start mining, like just for myself. Like it would be something I would do for fun. Because just seeing blocks arrive occasionally, and I know the arguments are the same. Like you could end up making the same amount of money using a pool. Like it doesn't matter. But the idea of just like printing my own blocks that are mine, like I made them. Like, to me, that's just like so. It's energizing. It would make me actually want to mine because for me, mining wouldn't be like a revenue source. It would be just more like, I don't know, having like ownership in the network. Having created blocks, like it's just weird, and like the fact that you
I think it's an argument. Yeah, I like.
Yeah, like it's just like with the confirmations with the exchanges or whatever. Just the fact that it's ticking up and at a steady rate, and that's just like a psychological thing. And it's like it's stupid. You can't really explain it, but so I want it. Like I'm kind of disappointed in myself that I can't make it to 2027 on the BCHN side. But maybe we can. Let's see.
You can do it.
I mean, there's still a few months. There's still a few months left. I mean, to me, you know, in my mind, it's just kind of there's two elements. So one is, can the code, you know, be ready and well tested? It sounds like we're not too far off that. There's still 3 months to do it, and that's even before lock-in. And then, I mean, it doesn't even go live for 6 months, so you would still have that extra time for review and testing. You know, so that part sounds like it's most of the way there. The more, you know, trickier part is the community there on it, and and
it's hard to gauge, right? So the people I talk to mostly are it seems like, you know, are either ambivalent or for it. So, but then we don't know because it's sort of, I don't want to be echo chambery about it, and then that's why I kind of overreacted yesterday in the price channel. I was like, I don't want this to be like a toxic issue. We should be able to just discuss it open, even whatever, even if you think the other guy is stupid and what he's saying. Like, because the guy was like, I don't like 10-minute blocks or 1-minute blocks, and the other guy was like, you're an idiot, you know, or something. So yeah, it's hard to say like who. I don't know. Maybe we should ask the BCHN representative to contact some of the miners and ask them what, you know, like the pools. Do they care either way? What do they think of this? Just to ask, you know, because it's like we don't even get miner input on a lot of these things, you know. Not that they seem to not care most of the time, which is probably why. But yeah, do whatever. Just don't break the chain. Yeah.
But I agree with you that there's you know, because I'm sort of 50-50 on it, in the sense that I don't see many people strongly opposed to it. I think that is a relatively small number of people by this point. But also, I don't see as many people strongly in favor of it as I would kind of like. There's a lot of people that are either ambivalent or neutral, or are kind of like, maybe it has some benefits, but I'm a little worried about the risks, you know. Like, I don't see a strong pushback to it, but I also don't see an overwhelming like majority for it, which we would ideally want. And I've been thinking about like, for instance, there's that consensus.health. Could you just pull that up for us, Jet, as well? That's a good thing to point out as well too. So somebody made this site for Zender, I think, made it for the NOTs and the BIP110, so people could sort of indicate with their Twitter accounts like which this one here, and you can see here, like, so the BIP110 guys are green, they're pro, and the red anti, and the gray is the neutral in the middle, right? So people could sign in with their Exactly. So I was kind of like,
with this one though. This website is like killing my laptop.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Close it down. We've seen it anyway. That's the point. People get the idea, and so it's kind of scaled by the size of their Twitter following and whatever. So that's, of course, not definitive or anything, but it's a cool idea. And I was thinking, we can make a website kind of like that to help us get. In the past, it seems like we've got by without it, but I think again, as the community grows and as there's more proposals on the table, all that stuff, we need to get a little bit better about surveying people to get it. Because if we pulled up a graphic like that and it turned out that it was actually like 95% of people were just in green, but you just didn't know because everyone's not constantly putting out their stance, then I would be like, oh, okay, we're there. But if you looked at that same graph and suddenly the red side was bigger than you expected, or the gray side was like the overwhelming majority, then I would kind of be like, okay, maybe let's just punt it for a year and see what changes between now and then,
Yeah, I wonder how they implemented this. I mean, do they have AI sort of categorizing people? Just like
no. So it's so that one we wouldn't have to do it like this, right? But their one is based on Twitter, and you sign in with your Twitter account, and then you put you just check a box, green, red, or gray, and then that. And so obviously people who don't on Twitter aren't represented, and people who are on Twitter but don't want to engage with this aren't represented. So it's only people that are But there's ways we could also do it another way. We could have people with their Telegram, like it's the most active people that are the most relevant and most interesting to begin with. So in that way, it kind of roughly is approximating things. But we could also do a more advanced version. We'd have to start with a simple version, but you could do it also like a reputation, like based one where each person can assign, like I can assign some credit to Mathieu and some to Callan and some to Jet because I know you guys are legit, and then that boosts up like the size of your icon, and then you can do it to me if you want, or and you just have it so that the influence of people is approximated by other people saying I care what this guy thinks, kind of thing. Like there's all kinds of systems and ways you can build around this. I just think it's an interesting thing that we should explore.
Yeah, I would like to see that. The login with X variant is just the simplest, I guess. But
well, you could do a very since Telegrams are so open, you could do a very basic sentiment, like contextual sentiment analysis on every message that gets sent in any of the BCH Telegram groups that have like this specific bot.
And like AI can do that.
It can do that real fast.
Okay, like with few tokens or whatever. Because it seems like the job that AI does the best, the most easiest.
You could do that before we even had generative AI stuff. So
okay,
especially since most they're all English chats, it would be super easy to do.
That would be kind of cool. Yeah, like a cool project for
even just that would be cool
because it's easier.
Sentiment analysis. Sentiment signaling, and also like a prediction market as well. I know BCH Gurus now has one. We should put one up on Cloud Mundo. Like, I just believe, if we just made a dashboard with a few of these different things, and then of course we'll have the endorsements as well. If BCHA wants to pull the trigger and actually get to endorsement, I don't know what he's thinking about that, or whether he wants to do that or not.
Yeah. So if we can briefly. If I can briefly ask a question on the 1 minute blocks, I have like a question I would like to ask Kellen. So yeah, how I think about it is that in DeFi with these, for example, Cauldron pools, you do have these unlimited, unconfirmed competing chains, right? So if I do, a user had this, they used Cash3.0, he did a Cauldron swap that worked, then an automatic bot does another Cauldron swap, rebalancing the pools, but then he was doing also simultaneously a second swap. So there was a race condition where you had first one transaction, but then two different follow-up transactions, and some part of the networks saw his first and another part saw the bot's first. So only on the next block does this resolve. So the better UX is if the blocks come 1 minute on average. It's much better UX than 10 minutes on average.
But how often do you see these? Oh yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, and with Cauldron, actually, a few people have already reported this. So I would say it is quite common for people using DeFi with, especially because with Cauldron you kind of add all micro pools to your transaction. So each pool is used in each transaction. So then if two transactions happen at roughly the same time, and there might be multiple bots. So for example, if I do a transaction and I buy a lot of tokens, then the pool's balance change, the ratio of BCH to tokens. And so a bunch of arbitrage bots might come in, but they all come in at the same time and they all know the same transaction. So they,
do people have arbitrage bots that are just written independently that aren't even like coordinated by the website?
Yeah, so that's what I'm not sure, but I think so. Because with, for example, Polygon USD, it's quite easy to know what the $1 price should be, and so.
It's funny that the economic activity on the network is creating these incentives to sort of create this chaos, like this mempool decoherency, where like just because the bots are that's funny.
Yeah, so everything that's high frequency has this risk of competing unconfirmed chains, and especially and sometimes there might not be an incentive to build on the longest unconfirmed chain because the price changes maybe in a way that's disadvantage to you. So you would use an old price, but it's still unconfirmed. So you can just create a competing unconfirmed chain, and it would not be accepted by first seen. But you still have you have reasons to try to cheat this first seen rule. So I think also a mature DeFi ecosystem would start to break down, just because you would see people do minor bribes and try to do this replace by fee type of thing where they do and I think
you can see that happening just naturally, even if the official software doesn't support that.
Yeah,
but then
exactly.
You can see
because on Ethereum it's become a big problem. Like everyone uses special software that like maximizes fees, and even though it's somewhat harmful to the network, or this whole MEV became a very big topic, right? But then the thing so this is quite complex to handle, is these unconfirmed competing chains. But what's also always difficult to handle is reorgs, right? Just reorgs in code are quite difficult to handle in your consumer application. You give a number of confirmations.
That's one of the things that worries me. If reorgs are more common, just a lot of software doesn't even like the default thing you write first. You don't even worry about reorgs. Oh, if a reorg happens, I'll exit out with an error, or
Yeah, so for me, that's also the trade-off. So I like that it would be easier to handle these, that it would faster resolve back to a shared state, that your mempools are not all desynchronized. But then the big drawback is that, if reorgs are much more common, then every app has to handle reorgs. And I don't think many handle it very well. Or like it's hard to handle because what do you display to the user? Yeah, maybe 1 of 6 is what it used to be like a standard thing for confirmations, but you don't really show the blocks and the chain, and
it's just I mean, I guess let's say we're in that, let's say just a switch were flipped and tomorrow we're in that environment and we're like, oh shit, 1 minute blocks are activated, like I didn't do anything, like God came in or whatever. I mean, we'd adapt to it, like, oh my god, we got to worry about more reorgs now, and like that just becomes something that's like one of the things you got to worry about. Just like there's other weird little things like that, right? Like some transactions may have they're not even paying to P2P or something, KH. The script hashes are like some weird thing. They're not even a multi-sig. I don't know. Like there's all sorts of idiosyncrasies of just working with blockchains. I guess this might be another one, but it is an annoying one, I guess. We probably adapt to it. I don't know. I mean,
I think, for example, Fulcrum handles this well, but I know, for example, in some of the software,
you can't. There's no choice.
But with Polygon USD, for example, we have this transaction service, and so it tracks governance, right? So it tracks the smart contracts, and the contracts have a heartbeat, and sometimes it performs liquidations, and sometimes it performs like price updates, and sometimes it performs like there's a bunch of transactions that it can perform, but then. If you want to handle reorgs, then if it includes all the same transactions that they're used to, it's quite easy. But you might think that you liquidated the loan, but then it didn't include this transaction. And there was a competing transaction, so now the transaction didn't happen. So the code gets a lot more complex, I guess, is what I'm.
Especially if you're maintaining some database state, some application state.
You
assume that I saw a block. Okay, so this happened. And then you have to it can create a lot of even performance issues, and like now I got to worry about being able to roll back all these things. So I got to keep track of them. I have to keep track of the history of what I did to resort, to go back to the old state. And it does. It can make it really complicated. Yeah, I mean that's the trade-off. Oh, like seemingly, oh, we get blocks, and they're gonna, we'll get more finality faster, and then oh no, but you're also gonna get more reorgs. Just no finality. Yeah, I don't really know how to reason about it. I mean, what did BCA? What did he say though? Reorgs will be like 1% now, or instead of 0.1% or something. Is it something like this?
Yeah. So probably the pragmatic thing to say is, ideally, your code should already handle reorgs, right? For in the case of Perion USD, so that will keep being the case. Like if someone has an 0.1% chance of happening or a 1% chance, ideally in both cases you handle it. But some devs might say, oh, like our app doesn't have isn't so sensitive, or it resolves itself after a while, after I don't know, restart, or maybe just it resyncs and then it redoes some work or something. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought, but
yeah, but I mean, I like the sort of the thread we were discussing where you were talking about how the economic activity on the chain creates this incentive where you sort of decohere the mempool on purpose, or you do replace by fee on purpose, or you could even imagine with 10x weaker blocks, people even reorging more on purpose now, like to really get the thing they wanted. And then with right now, like let's say it costs $600 to mine a BCH block. If it costs $60, then it's like, there's just going to be that much more of the set of economic activity that happened. Like you might be a rational decision. Oh, I can make $200 on this reorging this block. Let's just try to do it. Like it becomes that, like you just have a larger set of potential economic activity where reorging a block is something you would do. I don't know. Like this is just me arguing like the devil's advocate of like, let's not mess with this. The one thing that bothers me about the 1 minute is the fact that our price is so low, and then so we're secured by very little hash compared to like the global hash of it. That really bothers me actually. Like that really bothers me.
For me,
like turning that down to 10x lower, when you're already kind of low.
Yeah.
It feels a little scary to me. To be honest, it frightens me actually a little bit, and I don't know why. It just I don't know. It's like having a weak lock on your door or something. It just bothers me. But yeah, I'm sorry. I kept cutting you off. You kept wanting
No. This is kind of the inverse from being able to mine at home, right? If you're able to mine at home, this means that
you could destroy at home. You could disrupt at home. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just two sides to the same coin. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so if you want to be able to mine at home, you're probably your difficulty is low enough. That's
Then you could also do disruptions more easily. Yeah. So every day when I wake up, like I'm so my mind either goes in one direction or in the other about this. It's so funny. Like it's so circular and it's so confusing. It's so difficult to decide.
One benefit I see of just waiting longer is that these DeFi things I'm saying with how with users on Cauldron or on Perion USD, it seems very niche still. That the where it happens that you have competing unconfirmed chains, but I think it will be. We'll have much more data and much more application developers with this problem. If there's, so do you want to be in a position where you never have a lot of application devs with this problem, or do you want more data so you can know if it's actually a problem? So I think, of course, if we wait, we will see more people experiment with DeFi, and then we will just have more data, more info, and more opinions. But of course, if we front run it, then we might already fix their problems before they start having it, which could also be good.
Right. Those are good points. Definitely, yeah.
All right. Well, we don't need to make any decisions
right now
tonight. Yeah, but I think there's
Jack?
definitely.
You decide.
Are you still on the let's just get it going train, Jet?
Yeah, I would love 1 minute blocks. There's so many times when I'm buying a fucking gift card so I can buy my groceries with the BCH, and I've got to wait 40 minutes and then contact some customer support line because a block didn't go through in that time window. And I'm buying this shit because I don't want to talk to people. Like part of the benefit of digital currency is I don't have to speak to another human being. What the fuck are we doing? It's easier for me to use my debit card sometimes, which I hate fucking admitting. And it makes me ashamed. Like, if we had perfect double spend proofs, I wouldn't give a fuck. We don't, right? Like we do have that risk of some crazy shit happening that makes the whole confirmation thing a necessity.
And by default, businesses just always want that anyway.
Yeah, the businesses just want that.
Yeah.
This is
the variance can kill you. Yeah, the 40 minutes is Yeah, like some people were saying, sometimes it doesn't even show up in the log on the exchange. Like you look in my recent transactions, they don't even look at the mempool.
That's right. They don't. Yeah.
Go block
They
or go home.
And you know, like it's a fucking pain in the ass. And that's what I'm saying. You know, like people are like, well, zero conf is fine, and it's just like people don't care about zero conf. Okay, zero conf could be the most amazing technology in the world. It wouldn't matter. But I've got onto this. You know, people like Pepsi more than Coke in blind taste tests, but more people buy Coke. Like people just want what they want. And what people want is confirmations in crypto. It's the same in nearly every coin, proof of stake, proof of work. It doesn't matter. They get the little confirmations on their phone. Every exchange does it. Like people are just like, this is just how it's done. And so that's why I think it would be probably a much bigger. People think, oh, okay, 1 minute blocks. Maybe it's not going to change that much. For the enfranchised BCH adopters, probably not. But for some of them, it will change a lot. And for most of the people at the fringe or who are joining BCH, they'll just that's just the standard across the industry.
Yeah,
Litecoin, Zcash, Doge, Ethereum has like 12-second slots or whatever. You know, like 10 minutes is just dinosaur land, and BTC can only get away with it because they're the #1 coin, and everybody has to integrate with them because there's too much liquidity. We're not in that position, so you know. Anyway, I'm still on
I agree with that. Everything you said, true.
And I like, I mean, again, I've also hit on this thing about like because so many, I've been arguing with people and discussing it. It's just like, if 1 minute is, you don't like the idea of it, then why is it 10 minutes? Why not 100 minutes? Because if 10 is better, you know, like because the difficulty is higher or it's less attackable or whatever, then why not 100 minutes? And the point of that thought experiment is not that 10 or 100 or 1 is the right value. It's just we should look at the actual data. And we now have pretty good data on 1 minute and 10 minutes. And I think people should look more closely at that to be like, okay, there's going to be a trade-off. How big everyone intuitively knows what the trade-off is: 1 minute, 10 minutes, 100 minutes. And 100 minutes, nobody is arguing for 100 minutes because they can see, okay, even if it's 0.01% more decentralized, it's not worth it. That's just too fucking annoying, right? So that part is good. But then people say, oh, the minor centralization or that, you know, these other concerns. But it's like, well, let's just get the data on them and just see, is a 10x less hassle worth 0.2% or 1% or 5% or 70, whatever the number is. Like, let's just actually get those numbers, because liking 10 minutes just because it's the status quo for me isn't good enough. The status quo is the status quo. It's a burden on the chip to convince everyone to change. But at the same time, I like 10 minutes just because I like it is not really an argument. It just means you haven't done the analysis of the options. Anyway, all right, let's give everyone a last message to the community and then sign off for today. Maybe Matthew, you can start with your message to the community. What does the BCH community need to hear? All of that said, all of our stream from today in mind.
Well, what's on my mind from earlier today is I pushed up a new version of Cash3.0, a new release, and so yeah, it improves a lot of things. So if people are interested, I would encourage them to take a look at that. And then from the BIP110 debacle, there's I think you would be well informed if you had. If you looked at the prior episodes of the Bitcoin Cash podcast, because I followed your coverage, Jeremy, and it's kind of what you said would happen. So it's a good signal to noise, especially.
I haven't been watching as much as I should. Did he predict it?
Yeah,
I said basically exactly what happened. I think pretty much like they'd get one block. It would be over in a bit over an hour once the legacy chain had the lead, and then the BIP110 guys would go into chaos. I feel like, yeah, pretty much exactly what happened.
Yeah. Seems like that's what's playing out. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off here. Yeah.
Well, that's just what's on my mind. So feel free to go ahead on if you have a message.
Yeah, Callan, what's your message to the community?
My message to the community. Wow. Well, I don't know that's a lot of responsibility, man.
It is.
Well, I'm feeling good about everything that's going on, and then the community itself, and I wish the price were higher. It's weird. Like, we got attacked that first day when the Layla updated, and like we resisted the attack. Like, it didn't work because we didn't have the bug. But then, you know, the price just kept going down, and sort of. So the price is not excellent right now. But I'm happy that the community and the software and just everyone involved is really in a good vibe and a good zone. The one nice thing I'll say about the price being low is that we're less of a target but from like whatever nefarious actors, CIA, scammers. So you can, there's that cloud has a silver lining. Like as long as we're not too visible, we can still build. So I don't know. I'm optimistic about the future and about the present. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Jet, what's your takeaway from today?
Nothing about the stream, but I do want to note, Matthew, I saw your note that was like Cash3.0 is what I always wanted it to be, and that congratulations, like that's got to be such a good feeling, and
yeah, it is.
Be supported.
Thank you.
I gotta use it. I haven't used it in a long time. Let me just.
Oh yeah, I can promise you, it got a lot better. It was missing a lot of features.
Dude, your wallet was like the first one that had cash token support, man.
Yeah,
it was awesome. You inspired me to like finish.
Yeah, when is that, Callan? By the way, when can we get the BCHN cash token so that all the exchanges can start listing MUSD and PUSD? If you've got 95% 1 minute blocks done, that's buying you some slack, because those are the two things that I'm like, what are we doing?
Well, then there's that OPC cash chip as well, and then I guess
never mind about that. In my opinion, junk that. All right, let's get
cash
that's
really small. That's a really that's a low hanging fruit one. Yeah. No, that would actually have a lot of impact if the node itself could just like talk to, because a lot of exchanges, like we said, we talked about, a lot of exchanges nodes don't bother. You just want to talk to the node, like they don't, because there's too many chains they support, man. They can't like be experts on how to make a transaction in every single chain. They just tell the node to do it. So the node being able to compose transactions with coins and with tokens in them, or manage them. I mean, it can compose it with tokens in them now if you give it the right JSON. But like to manage the wallet, the node managing the wallet is what they want. Yeah, we need to do that very soon. That's something that should happen this year, I think. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. But just Matthew, your Cash3.0 is a very good website. Like it was the first one to support. It was the first wallet to support cash tokens. So
and so
like a trendsetter. You initially had that thing with the icons generating randomly from a seed. Yes. You remember that? Like the icons for the coins.
Yeah.
And like I took that in Electron Cash. I used the exact same, algorithm.
Nice. The blockies or something.
The blockies, yeah.
But also, I took
that's
a lot
such bad UI, by the way. You look at those things, it's like some confused mess of things, and you're kind of like, this makes sense to a computer programmer and zero other people. Like,
well, at least it's like a massive color, like
that's bad. It's like, what is going on here? It's like fucking,
like noise. You'd prefer just
the
text.
middle of the, exactly.
Like
it's like our cold cards are about to get hacked. Like, what is going on here?
But the normal user should never see it. Like they should never see it, because normal tokens have icons, right? So.
Yeah, nowadays, yeah. But we still hadn't had all that stuff ready,
We were doing the early work, right? So Jeremy's giving us shit for doing like the pioneering work.
No, I know, no, because it's still in Selene. That's why I'm making a joke at it.
Oh, does he still have the blocky stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Because the thing is,
has it too.
and Fiendish was getting onto me at Bliss, and rightly so, in his defense, right? Just being like, what is this? Like, it should just load up the token icons. And I was like, well, yeah, it does, but it just takes like a couple seconds. And he was kind of like, that's not good enough. And I was like, well, yeah, it's not. But also, how many things can we build at once? So it's true. We do just need to clean up a lot of this UI and just make it a little bit slicker, basically.
Yeah, but so now that I have you both here, both wallet developers, I want to encourage you two guys specifically to have an early look at Cash3.0, because as Jet said, it is what it was intended to be at the start, but I didn't have the time and capability to implement all the features that I wanted. But now it's getting there. It's getting
feature. I gotta fire it
complete.
up. Okay, I have a tab open. I'll do it after we end this call. Yeah.
Awesome.
After we end the live stream.
And so one feature that I got from Electron Cash and that it didn't have is, once you have HD wallets, you want some kind of HD address management, right? So if you share your address, that you can mark the address as used even though you're not paid, so you can use the next address. And so for now, it's still like in an advanced setting, but you can now easily, once it's enabled and you show that you understand like HD wallet functionality, you can mark your addresses as used, and then you can have proper address hygiene if you give multiple different addresses to different payers. So that was also one extra thing I added like a few days ago.
Oh, cool. Awesome. I'm going to play with it. Excellent. That sounds cool. Yeah, you need that as an advanced wallet. You want address management stuff.
Yeah, and I think I want to just add on to that in the sense that Matthew, you're saying, it's kind of coming to sort of your vision Cash and I's Mathieu's vision coming to fruition. But it's like the same. We have like Celine Callisti's vision, where he says to me sometimes like, oh, it's nearly like at what he would consider sort of like a 1.0, like a solid release, like when he got involved in the project. This is kind of what he thought. And that has a lot more elements than people kind of realize, because you think, oh, I just use my wallet to send and receive. Yeah, but there's a million little settings. It's got to be in so many different languages. It's got to have coin management tools. It's got to have different derivation seeds and XPubs and like all this stuff, like the cash token stuff is all in there now. DEX support, like there's all these things that you just kind of don't seem like a big deal when you're just using them. But it takes a long time to cook all that with the tooling and the infrastructure that all goes into it, right? So basically, yeah, he also, I think it feels like Celine is getting close to where that would be solid, and then maybe more attention can be put onto other parts of the stack. But I think it will also just be an ongoing evolving process, because then we'll have XO templates, might be the next thing. I think much slicker UIs can be part of it. I think there's got a lot of work's got to be done on like vaults and stuff like that, especially in the context of these AI hacks and everything. You know, we really need to front run that as much as possible. So that kind of comes to my message, which is a couple of things. AI hardening, I think we're already doing fine on that. Like, we certainly are not seeing that we're getting wrecked by attacks, but everyone should be thinking more about it, because it's only going to become a bigger issue. Let's hopefully find a way to get some more data on how people are feeling about 1 minute blocks, because again, if I could see consensus.health, I could be convinced that actually everyone was totally with it, or like people were neutral and not ready, or there was too much opposition, but we won't know until we have the data. And of course, I want to give shout outs to the Cash 3.0 conference for everything they did with that. It was absolutely a mega event. It was awesome. I'm looking forward to it next year. And I made a list of all the people that I need to shout out for that. So I guess I'll just do it now. So I think I got everybody, but we'll see. Maybe I forgot somebody. Hopefully not. But Gareth, Rob, Noel, John, Mark, and Paolo, all of the Paytucker team who helped with everything, and the people who worked on the bazaar and the live stream, all the speakers, the lads I went out with in the evening, Giancarlo, Ping, Gangan, Aaron, also Chai and Donkey, you know who you are, and Jivan and Jomar, of course, for doing everything. Anyway, the whole event was just mega, and especially for a first year, like, you know, things get better year on year, and for a first outing, it was absolutely incredible. So well done, everyone, and thank you for all the building you're doing in the BCH ecosystem. Everybody should check out the live streams and find out more about that. Okay, I think we've got to give a quick shout out to our FundMe contributors, which we've had quite a few of. Thank you very much, guys. It really makes a big difference, and anybody else can, of course, contribute. Majamali, the times they are changing. F Shine Top, bear market support at Cash Stamp. Foot on the gas. BCH for the win. Cash Dragon, the show must go on. Gabriola stand up. Gabriola stands up.ca. Bernard Cattle. Adarle Cabrones. Brian Kanachi. Megability. Bitcoin Cash is Bitcoin. Our supporter appreciation donators, thank you, and patrons Ricky, Kyle, HP, XQMV, and Hello World, newly joining the slide, and our sponsors, General Protocols. Check out bchbull.com. Very final shout outs or anything else you guys want to mention before we wrap the show? Anyone in the community deserving a special shout out from your point of view? No, maybe not. Okay, and RIP to the BIP110 guys. Feels bad to be going to bed tonight facing up to a decade of being hoaxed, but we did try to warn you. You can't say we didn't try and warn you.
I still can't wrap my brain around this. So really the narrative was we're gonna win, and then if not, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm shocked
kind of
because we
wild.
don't have a backup plan.
Yeah. I have a shout out that came to my mind. I want to shout out Kalisti and Torik for participating in the verifier.cash zero knowledge competition that we mentioned earlier.
That's mega. Well done, lads. And yeah, BCH is going to take over on the privacy front, just like everything else. So feels good to be a Bcasher. All right. Thank you all for listening. Until next time. Oh, and our outro song we've got is perfectly timed. Is Michael Saylor put up his second Slop AI song which we're going to finish with. So this is just to rub a little salt in the wounds of you guys are absolutely captured and cooked. This is getting 2.8 million views. You guys look like clowns in front of the whole world. No wonder you're no longer the cool rebels that are going to save planet Earth. So even an L for the core guys. You've got plenty of other problems to deal with, not just these BIP110 morons. So enjoy.
Good evening, shareholders. The market is pricing fear. I'm pricing Bitcoin. The quarter was rough, but the sats per share rose. They saw us selling. Everybody froze. 32 coins just to test the machine. 0.004% barely seen. Then we bought 48 times more than we sold, but Bears read one headline and hit caps lock bold. Own the most capital, issue the strongest credit, create the best equity, rinse and repeat it. Bitcoin is the winner. The credit turbine spins. They say the quarter's over. I say the century begins. Own the most capital, increase the sats per share. You saw us sell some Bitcoin? We bought 48 times more this year. SRC at 89.50. Everybody asks, Michael, can you bring this thing to par fast? We've got the cash, we've got the Bitcoin stack, and nearly 1 billion left in the buyback. Not too slowly, not too quick. Calibrate the market, make the credit stick. Sure, $1 billion. Go ahead, be my guest. Pay 12% a year to help us build the best. Maybe the best way to buy the most Bitcoin is not to buy the most Bitcoin. I'm gonna sell one, and then I'm gonna buy 10. You want us to sell none, and somehow buy 11. With money conjured by a genie underneath the desk. We don't quite have that. We have digital credit instead. Own the most capital, issue the strongest credit, create the best equity, rinse and repeat it. We want the world's largest company. That's the company ambition. Not the most employees, not the most products, the highest valuation. Own the most capital, let the credit turbine spin. 600 million became 60 billion. And we're only just beginning. Bitcoin is money. Everything else is credit. Thank you for joining the earnings call. We bought 48 times more Bitcoin than we sold.